And I don't want to reduce her life to just a political name, if that makes sense.
A 25-year-old Ecuadorian migrant's been arrested for raping a 13-year-old girl in New York. With all the undocumented people here, ICE agents are totally overwhelmed. Fox's Bill Maluzhin reported last week.
Federal sources telling Fox News ICE's non-detained docket has now exploded to 7.4 million cases so far in fiscal year 2024. We're told it's on track to hit 8 million by the end of this year.
Now, President Biden's authorized a new rule. It's meant to allow 500,000 undocumented migrants who are married to Americans to obtain legal status without going back to their home countries first.
This action will allow them to file the paperwork for legal status in the United States, allow them to work while they remain with their families in the United States.
But former President Trump said at a rally in Racine, Wisconsin,
under this program, a deluge of illegals will be given immediate green cards and put on the fast track to rapid citizenship so they can vote. I think a lot of them are going to vote for me. You want to know the truth?
He called it an amnesty program.
I've served at DHS in a couple of different administrations, and I've never heard this issue come up, really.
Chad Wolf is the former acting Homeland Security Secretary and now the executive director of the America First Policy Institute.
In theory, and not really in theory, but in practice as well, you use executive action and executive authorities to solve a problem that is facing the country. And so it feels like in this instance, though, the Biden administration is really searching for a problem so that they can announce this and have this event a couple of months out from an election. And I don't say that to be flippant, but that's just the reality of the situation, because in the DHS fact sheet, and if you hear the White House, which I'm sure we will hear, they talk about two issues at stake here. One is keeping families together through this action, and one is to either shield or protect individuals from deportation. And so if we kind of look at those two issues, and I'll take the second one first, is this administration is removing almost no one, certainly not anyone from the interior of the country. And even if these individuals were being removed, they're actually not a priority for removal under the Biden administration's enforcement priorities. So this idea that they're shielding anyone from deportation, the facts don't actually back that up. These are individuals, by DHS's own fact sheet, have been here for 23 years on average. So clearly they're not concerned about being removed or deported.
But can you tell me, because I always thought, I guess I was under the impression that if you get married to a U.S. citizen, then the path is extremely easy. But I have since learned from only one person that I spoke to be honest, it was only one individual, but this person told me that it's actually not so easy. Has the process changed over the last decade or so?
Well, everyone defines easy a different way, right? And so let me back up and just say that if you are a U.S. citizen and you want to marry a foreign national, or you want to marry someone that is perhaps here on a business visa, that is, again, a foreign national of some other kind, but they're here in the U.S., you go through a very lengthy process, right, to marry that person and then try to get that person into the country on a green card, right? There is a process in place to do that. There is also a process in place that if you are an illegal alien spouse, right, which is to say you have married a U.S. citizen, there is a process in place for you to cure your unlawful status here in the United States, so that you can get work authorization and you can do certain things. And that process has been in place for some time now. And so maybe what the Biden administration is saying is, I don't like that process and I want to make it more efficient. And by doing that, they're putting all of these illegal aliens' spouses at the front of the line, in front of U.S. persons that have perhaps married a foreign national and are trying to get them a green card. So again, from my perspective, it again shows me that we're prioritizing the needs and the wants of foreign nationals, in this case, illegal aliens that have been here for some period of time, over the interest of other U.S. citizens.
Let's talk about some of the other things we've heard about going on at the border over the past, couple of weeks now. 8 nationals from Tajikistan have been arrested. I guess the FBI told ICE they may have ties to ISIS. And it sounds like they entered a while ago. crossing the border when they did undergo some vetting, but nothing was flagged right away. Is there something to our system here that we need to either, I guess, correct or fix? What happened here?
Yeah, so I think this is a good example of kind of the inefficiencies, I wouldn't say inefficiencies, but the holes in our vetting system, right? So we vet individuals that come across that border. Border Patrol will quote unquote vet them, but their information is only as good as the information that they're given, right? And so the way we vet individuals is we check our own databases here in the US. Perhaps they've visited, they've committed a crime, or they've come into the country and they've been deported, and so we have a record of them. But we will also ping their home country to see if they have any warrants, arrests, or anything else, so that we understand who they are. Some countries give us that information. Well, I should say some countries have good information. They keep good information and they provide it to us when we ask. Other countries don't have either, don't have good record keeping and don't provide that information when asked. And my guess is that Tajikistan is one of those countries that we just don't have good information on who they are. We know they came from Tajikistan. I believe they're Russian nationals. And so the idea of getting good clarity around who these individuals are as they cross that southern border is going to be very difficult to do, which is what occurred here. At the same time, we've got hundreds of thousands of folks coming across that border. I would say millions every year under the Biden administration. And so you can't interview these folks. You can't spend the amount of time that you want with them. Instead, you're just processing them. And so that's what's happened here. They were allowed to enter the country, and then the FBI, which we don't have a lot of clarity on, they came to the attention of the FBI at a later date, whether that was part of a separate investigation or not. They came to the attention of the FBI, who identified them as problematic, and they have since been arrested.
You know, speaking of Russia and Tajikistan, we have this memo that was sent to agents, a DHS memo sent to agents in the San Diego sector. Despite the president's executive order, I guess agents in the sector were told to release single adults into the country, Eastern Hemispheric migrants, release them into the U.S. because they're too hard to deport, except for people from 6 countries, including Russia, Georgia, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan. If people know they're not going to be deported from a major border crossing in California, that seems pretty significant. Like, does that make the executive order from earlier this month largely irrelevant?
Well, it certainly does in the San Diego sector, because here's always been the problem with the Biden administration is they say one thing, but then you start to dig into the details and you start to see exemptions and loopholes in all the quote unquote enforcement actions that they take. So on the surface, this seems like a good idea that you're going to cap the number of illegal aliens coming into the country, but then you see an email sent to the San Diego sector, which is a very busy sector in Southern California, and you see that they're exempting over 100 different nationalities from the Eastern Hemisphere that don't apply to that cap that will be released into the country. And so you scratch your head and you say, wait a minute, why didn't the White House tell us about that? Why weren't they transparent with the American people about that? Instead, it has to come out after the fact. And I think that's where this administration continues to lose credibility with the American people, because they say one thing, but the reality is something very different.
We have these new numbers from ICE. Obviously, ICE different from the Border Patrol, right? ICE is the interior, showing their caseloads are overwhelmed from all the people who've already been released into the country. I guess it's called the non-detained docket. It's up to 7.4 million people. It's on track to hit 8 million by the end of the year. Is this why some of these people don't end up getting to court until like 2027 because of this huge backlog?
Yeah, that's exactly right. What we've seen is that non-detained docket. So these are individuals that come across the border and they're released into American communities, right? So they are non-detained. They're not detained. And we've seen that number under the Biden administration almost double because of the sheer number of individuals coming across and the fact that they are not detaining and removing hardly anyone. The percentage is so low as an overall percentage of the amount of people coming in. And so you see that non-detained docket grow. And what we know is that individuals on that non-detained docket, the data shows that very few, if any, are removed from the country. And so if your goal, as any immigration system should be, is to actually effectuate a removal of someone that doesn't have a legal right to be here in the United States, then the non-detained docket is really not the way to go, right? You need to detain them in order to remove them. Because again, data shows that folks that are detained almost, I wouldn't say quite 100%, but close to it, are removed if they are detained. And so the fact that the non-detained docket is not only growing, it also tells you it can grow as large as it wants, but no one's actually being removed. And that's the end goal. The goal is not just to put someone on that non-detained docket, it's actually to effectuate a removal. And if the process that you have put in place doesn't do that, then in my view, that's a failure.
Okay, so finally, the crime. We have an undocumented man arrested. Is accused of raping a 13-year-old girl in New York. This mother from Maryland, Rachel Marin, her suspected killer was arrested in Oklahoma. She was killed last year. We obviously already have the horrible stories of Laken Riley and Ruby Garcia. I kind of hate what I'm about to ask you, but are these largely preventable deaths? Are these largely preventable murders? Like if we had migrant protection protocols in place, if we had some policy, whether it was from Congress or from the executive office, I mean, however you want it to be, were these deaths preventable?
Yeah, I mean, here's what I would say is every crime committed, whether it's murder, aggravated assault, or any other, serious crime or felony that's committed by an illegal alien is 100% preventable, right? That's an illegal alien that shouldn't be here in the United States based off of our law. And so it's preventable. What the left will try to tell the American people is that as an overall percentage of the amount of crimes committed in the U.S., that illegal aliens commit very small portion of that.
Yeah, sure, but it's just one person. What if it's your person?
Right, exactly. My question is how few is too many, right? Like it doesn't matter if an overall percentage is lower. These are crimes that should never have been committed. And when you see them, like Rachel Marin, right, and you start to look at the individual that allegedly murdered her, you see that he has a record in El Salvador, right? He's wanted for murder there. He committed a crime in California. And so you start to see a pattern here of individuals, and there's quite a few of them that come across that border every single day that are public safety threats. And so whether they amount to 8%, 10%, or 25%, to me, it makes no difference. We should have a system that's designed to protect Americans, whether it's 1 or 1,000 Americans. And when you release these individuals and you don't understand who they are, and then they commit these terrible crimes, you shouldn't just shrug that off and say, well, it's a small percentage. You should say the system has failed us and let's address it.
Yeah. Executive Director of the America First Policy Institute, Chad Wolf, thank you so much for joining us.
All right. Thanks.
Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Do these 3 words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief, because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists, and is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cop is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cop right away. Purchase Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Cozy Jewelers is the place to go to for exquisite engagement rings. Thinking about popping the question this summer? Whether you buy something off the shelf or go for a custom engagement ring, Cozy is there for you and will make sure you get the perfect ring thanks to Cozy's 5 C's. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and the Cozy touch. This summer, begin a lifetime of happiness with a ring from Cozy. Go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or shop online at CozyJewelers.com. That's CozyJewelers.com. And step up to the 5th C, C-O-Z-Z-I.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Today is Juneteenth, and several museums in the city are holding events to commemorate the holiday. President Biden has unveiled a new immigration program offering legal status to 500,000 spouses of U.S. citizens. And one of the greatest baseball players of all time, Willie Mays, has died at the age of 93.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
This is a consumer alert to all U.S. taxpayers who owe the IRS back taxes or have unfiled tax returns. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, you can now take advantage of active programs that provide relief to struggling taxpayers and may reduce or eliminate what you owe if you qualify. Even if you are facing liens, levies, audits, wage garnishment, or already in a payment plan, call the Easy Tax Relief Helpline now to check what savings you may qualify for at 800-505-8196. You may qualify to reduce up to 99% of what you owe or for other special programs. Once qualified and enrolled, you can rest assured that your assets are protected and all collection efforts will be stopped. Billions of dollars in savings are available through these relief programs for struggling taxpayers, but you must call to see if you qualify. To see what savings you qualify for, call 800-505-8196. 800-505-8196. That's 800-505-8196.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app. Kayal and Company, morning 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I'm petrified of heights. I don't like to be spun in circles. I can't do like the tilt-a-whirl. Makes my stomach queasy.
Associate producer here, Jim Kelly, just came up with a great idea. For $2,000, would you be willing to get on one of those rides that you're so terrified of? All the money goes to the families behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
So the Jersey Devil Coaster, 58 miles an hour, 130-foot drop.
I want to see Philadelphia seeks new morning show host who tragically perished on Boardwalk.
Do it right now. GregStockerStocks.com. All the money goes to the families behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Another day of records on Wall Street Tuesday. The NASDAQ up 5 for its 7th straight record close and 20th of the year. The S&P 500 gained 14 for its 31st record close of the year, and the Dow was up 57. The markets are closed today for Juneteenth. Shares of AI leader NVIDIA jumped over 3.5% to a valuation of more than $3.3 trillion, making the chipmaker the world's most valuable company via market capitalization, bypassing Microsoft and Apple. Consumer spending up last month just barely. Retail sales 0.1% higher than April. April sales revised downward by the Commerce Department, a 0.2% decline instead of unchanged. And the Congressional Budget Office says it projects this year's federal budget deficit to be $400 billion higher, a 27% increase compared to the original estimate in February. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
It's not even summer yet. That starts tomorrow. But it's already feeling like fall in the presidential race. The first Trump-Biden debate is next week, and it's getting more personal.
In the courtroom, we see Donald Trump for who he is.
That is a new Biden campaign commercial running in battleground states.
This election is between a convicted criminal who's only out for himself and a president who's fighting for your family.
It is a $50 million ad campaign, which the president can afford with the big fundraisers he's held. The one over the weekend with Hollywood celebrities and former President Obama, and the one last night with former President Clinton and Hillary Clinton. But the Trump campaign says the commercial titled Character Matters proves the former president's point that the New York case he calls fake was a sham trial that was always just meant to be election interference. He held a rally yesterday in Racine, Wisconsin.
We're going to evict weak, failed, and incompetent Joe Biden. He's an incompetent person from the White House. And quite simply, we are going to make America great again.
Now, the former president has never been shy about attacking President Biden personally. And many Democrats are happy with the new Biden attack.
I think what's necessary at this point in the campaign is to really draw a strong contrast with the former president.
Kevin Walling is a Democratic strategist who was a Biden campaign surrogate in 2020.
You saw some polling going into the former president's trial in New York that was really unclear in terms of how the trial would affect voters. Now that he has gotten that conviction by that jury in New York, it's resonating with some voting blocs, and especially we see some recent polling with independents in particular, half of whom think that the former president should drop out in a morning consult poll. Not just that they're not going to support the former president in November, but they think he should suspend his campaign. So clearly this is a sharpened attack. Of course, we've got the first debate between the two men next week, so all eyes are going to be on that. But certainly I think it's welcome news for a lot of Democrats that want to see a sharper tone from President Biden and his campaign.
You talked about the polls. There have been still many other polls that do show that former President Trump still has the lead, especially in some battleground states, double digits in some of them. And a lot of focus has been made on the inroads former President Trump appears to be making with black voters. He had the rally in New York City. He went to a church in Detroit. And there have been surveys that show he could get 20% of the African-American vote. And other surveys have shown among black voters under the age of 50, the Biden lead over Trump that was, say, at 80 points 4 years ago is now under 40 points, which would be a huge swing. Why is that happening?
Well, I think it's a realization that, I think there's still frustration with the sluggishness of the economy for a lot of people. And we know when an economy picks back up, and we've seen really strong GDP growth, a really strong jobs number month in and month out, that a lot of these communities, especially black and brown communities, are the last to feel the strong economic winds that a lot of other different communities are feeling. So I think that's certainly part of it. And I think it's a reason why you're seeing the Biden reelect take these polls very seriously. The president relaunched, African Americans for Biden-Harris a few weeks ago with the vice president in Philadelphia.
Is it just the economy? We've had bad economies before in different elections, But Democrats have had a dominance in all those years, no matter what the economy is, over Republicans when it comes to the black vote. Is it just this now? Why such a big swing now?
Well, it's twofold, David. It's a really good question. Number one, I think, we put so much of our faith in terms of the coverage in these polls. We're going to see how this shakes out. Former President Trump only won single digits with African Americans the last go round. So I don't put a lot of credence necessarily into these polls. I'm interested to see what will shake out in November, especially. But it's also the case that you see changing demographics and changing voting makeups from both sides of the aisle in terms of coalitions. And it may be the case that, some demographics are changing with their support. There's new polling that the president's campaign is making huge inroads with senior voters, for example, right? That's a demographic that had predominantly gone to Republicans in the past. And now new polling shows that the president is leading among senior citizen voters.
Do you think that President Biden leaning on his predecessors with fundraising with former Presidents Obama and Clinton in recent days, is that a good strategy? Does that help maybe with voters who were Democrat in those years be more comfortable voting Democrat again?
That's actually a really good point in terms of, the coalitions that both former President Clinton and former President Obama built for their initial elections and their re-elections. I didn't even think about that, Dave, in terms of the campaigning together mentality of maybe potentially bringing kind of blue-collar workers back to the Democratic field like President Clinton did.
You mentioned the blue-collar worker, Kevin. President Biden has been a big union guy for years and has support among labor leaders and such. But former President Trump seems to resonate with some blue-collar voters, certainly. He had, in New York City, as his trial was going on, he had a rally with a bunch of construction workers. Do you see him gaining ground in that sector, in that area, more in 2024?
Well, it's a really good question. I think, the former president's rise and this kind of populist focus in 2016 took a lot of Democrats, myself included, by surprise, where he was able to turn out a lot of those working kind of blue collar populations that for 4 years had not felt, an increase in their wages, an increase in their job security. And I do think, having President Biden, first president to ever, stand on a picket line with the UAW, all these early union endorsements, he's the most pro labor union guy this country has ever seen. I think, is important to emphasize to these workers who I think might feel strongly about, former President Trump's populist message. But there is somewhat of a disconnect between the membership and the leadership. And again, we can't take anything for granted, and we've got to campaign to those workers as well.
All right, Kevin, let's get to the age issue. It has been a cloud over President Biden for a while. There are these videos recently that are getting a lot of attention. There was one at the G7 summit last week where the president wandered away from a few world leaders. Italy's prime minister took him by the arm, brought him back over. Then there was the weekend fundraiser. Former President Obama, he takes the president by the arm and escorts him off stage. The White House says these are cheap fake videos, claiming some of them are altered. Here's Karine Jean-Pierre.
I think that it tells you everything that we need to know about how desperate Republicans are here.
She also addressed the other video from the Juneteenth celebration that shows President Biden standing still. He's staring. He's not moving at all for well over 10 seconds. Everyone around him is dancing.
The president stood there listening to the music, and he didn't dance. Excuse me, I did not know not dancing was a health issue.
All right, Kevin, you're a Democrat. What do you think about all this?
Well, I think KJP is right on that. I think let's take the Juneteenth example for one. I think it's more of a realization that an 80-year-old white guy probably doesn't know how to dance to the music that was being played at that Juneteenth.
Yeah, but okay, that's one thing. But he's standing, he's staring, and he's motionless. He's like a statue for a little bit, 10 seconds or whatever. That's why people made a big deal of it. He looks frozen.
Certainly. And again, I think this is going to be an effective line of attack for Republicans. Certainly, optics are everything. And, you see so much of the attacks are on the president's age, of course, and not necessarily on his policies, because I think his policies are relatively popular in terms of what he actually stands for in terms of polling. Now, having said all that, I think I would be much more worried as a Democrat if we were running against a Nikki Haley or a Ron DeSantis in terms of the age issue. Democrats are going to use the 30 seconds that Donald Trump just froze in front of his teleprompter a few weeks ago, sat motionless, not engaging the community. We just celebrated the 4th anniversary of the former president walking down those slippery ramps at West Point.
Right.
So again,
and to be fair, he's 78 himself.
Yeah, and he just turned 78 last week, I think, in terms of
the other day. Yeah, right.
Day. So listen, I think, again, as a Democrat, I'd be much more worried on the age attacks if we weren't running against a guy, Dave, to your point, that's 78, that has just as many gaffes, momentary lapses, things like that, in terms of heading into November.
There are Democrats who keep saying that he has to step aside. They got to find somebody new. That maybe this debate next week is so early because it's a chance for them to see how he does, and it gives them time to get rid of him. What do you think of that?
I think this debate is, the President Biden, Donald Trump is out there, I'll debate you anytime, anywhere. And kind of Joe Biden was like, put up or shut up. And let's take the fight to the American people. The earliest time, Dave, to your point, in the history of the presidential cycle. Of course, they're
not even the nominees yet.
That's true. I think the president is eager to make it this contrast between his record, his character, and the former president's character. And in order to do that, I think this debate so early on sets the stage for that. Of course, there will be a follow-up debate in September as well. But I don't think there's no serious Democrats that I know, and I spend a lot of time with them, that are calling for the president to step aside. I think it's this parlor game that folks like to bring up, and this idea that the president won't be the nominee. We've had these conversations going back on Fox for the last 3 years, ever since the president was elected, of whether he was going to step aside in 2024. The president's the nominee. He's running, and he's going to be the guy that beats Donald Trump once again.
There are, of course, other candidates in this race. Robert F. Kennedy, who ran in the Democratic primary, then stepped aside as an independent. He's in this race as well. Does he help or hurt President Biden more, do you think, either way?
So certainly it'll be interesting to see the effect that Bobby Kennedy Jr. has on the electorate. And there's a case to be made that he's pulling from both Biden's camp and more Donald Trump's camp.
Do you think he could be like a Ross Perot? Republicans have blamed Perot for President Bush being defeated as he tried for a second term by someone who was more on the conservative side. Certainly Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is more of a Democrat than he is a Republican.
Yeah, sir. On some issues, certainly. My hero, even though as a Democrat, was George H.W. Bush, who had the biggest heart in the world. But to his death, he hated Ross Perot as the one person on the planet that he could not stand because of that very factor, Dave, that you mentioned. Bobby Kennedy will be a spoiler 100%. It just is a matter of figuring out who he will be a spoiler for.
Kevin Walling, Democratic strategist, former Biden campaign surrogate in 2020. Good to talk to you. Thanks so much for joining us.
Dave, thanks for having me.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do these 3 words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief, because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists, and is is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cup is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cup today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCup.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cup right away. Purchase Kidney Cup today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCup.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? Then you need to give Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters, yes, you can get the kitchen you want now, right now. They're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, with 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today at kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com.
Don't walk around with t-shirts and cover-ups at the pool or the beach this summer. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose weight the natural way, quickly and safely. Locations close by or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Get slimmer before the summer and without any shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days guaranteed. NJDiet.com. Lose the weight for good.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Talks between North Korean leader Kim Jong-un have concluded with Russian President Vladimir Putin, the two signing a strategic partnership pact in a bid to present a united front against Washington. The meeting comes amid concerns that North Korea will provide Russia with badly needed weapons for its war against Ukraine. Extreme heat rocking the country from the Midwest to the Northeast. Tens of millions of Americans facing record-breaking heat today. New York City will be in the crosshairs on Thursday and Friday. New York City is certainly going to be feeling the heat, which is why an excessive heat watch is in effect for many areas around the Big Apple, as well as the tri-state in general and the entirety of the Midwest and Northeast. And legendary baseball player and Hall of Famer Willie Mays has died. He was 93. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The game of baseball lost a legend on Tuesday. Willie Mays, one of the greatest players to ever step on the baseball field, died at the age of 93, the San Francisco Giants announced. Mays was a two-time NL MVP winner and a 12-time Gold Glover. He ranks 6th all-time in home runs with 660, 7th in runs scored, 12th in RBIs, and 13th in hits. But it wasn't just his talent at the plate that impressed. He's considered one of the greatest center fielders to ever play the game. His over-the-shoulder catch in Game 1 of the 1954 World Series at the Polo Grounds is one of the most famous plays in baseball history. Mays was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1979. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I really struggle with this. I really do. This whole question of Caitlin Clark and is USA Basketball wrong for doing this? Is it their responsibility to grow the game? You want the biggest superstar in the game to be a part of it on the global stage. Here's where I come at this, though. Is it USA Basketball's job to grow the game of basketball internationally? Are they some sort of ambassadorship to make sure that countries in Asia are getting better at women's basketball, or that European countries are taking the next step towards maybe global domination one day or winning a gold? Or is it the United States of America's responsibility as Team USA Basketball to win the damn gold medal and continue doing it like they have, 6 straight? I think it's the responsibility to win the gold medal and put the best team on the court. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano inviting you to join me in Wildwood at Mulligan Shore Bar this Friday, June 21st, to celebrate Dom Giordano Day in Wildwood. We have an action-packed day planned, national guest of honor Scott Presler joining us, lots of local guests, and of course, entertainment by Burning Sky, the ultimate Bad Company tribute band. It'll be a great day in Wildwood. Blow off work Friday. Join me at Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood starting at noon. Mulligan's at 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood. Details at 1210WPHT.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Do you know a veteran in need? Nation's Finest, through the VA's Supportive Services for Veteran Families program, helps veterans and their families struggling with rent, employment, and other housing-related costs. Today, Nation's Finest operates more than 30 locations in California, Arizona, and Nevada, helping thousands of veterans every year. Visit nationsfinest.org or call 1-833-468-9676. That's 1-833-468-9676.
We are Lions International, the world's largest service organization. We are volunteers committed to strengthening our communities and supporting those in need, one act of kindness at a time. For more than a century, Lions have been serving a world in need, right here in our community and around the world. Lions International makes the impossible possible. This is your invitation to join us, because the only thing missing from our mission to make a difference is you. Visit lionsclubs.org to find a local Lions Club near you.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. We may be able to significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe to the IRS. Taxpayers should know. Huge savings are now being made available through the Fresh Start program that can drastically reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. Even if you haven't filed your taxes in years or are facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, or under audit, we can help. We've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today. To see what savings you may qualify for, visit us online at TRA.com or call us at 800-511-0379, 800-511-0379. Again, that's 800-511-0379. Tax Relief Advocates, real solutions for real people.
Who said sustainable can't be stylish? All fans will receive a stylish and sustainable Phillies cap presented by PGW on Friday, July 12th at 6:40 when the A's visit CBP. Snag your seats today at Phillies.com. It'll be totally tubular at Chick-fil-A 1980s Retro Night on Thursday, July 11th at 6:05 when the Phils host the Dodgers. And kids 14 and under receive a Phillies bullpen cart. Secure your seats today at Phillies.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We start at 6 a.m. Good morning, everybody. 6 o'clock on the dot. This is not a deep fake or a cheap fake. It's Kayal and Company. Dawn Stensler.
Hello.
Tony Bruno. Miss Robin.
Good morning.
Where's Miss Robin? Miss Robin.
Good morning. Good morning.
We're all
She's
here. We're all here.
Dawn is there.
What up, Tony?
Are we on? Are we getting the... I know you guys had a situation in the Situation Room without Wolf Blitzer yesterday on this program, right?
We did, yes. Absolutely, we did. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. We're not going to do any cheap fakes, deep fakes, cheap tricks, cheap carpets, except at Big Marty's, who really does sell carpet cheap. Cheap skates. We're not going to do anything else. Cheap tricks, any kind of cheap magic, although Corey Bush will come in, and if anybody's not feeling well due to the heat wave that's descending upon you, she will put hands on, and you will be cleared and cured of anything that ails you.
Beautiful.
I am healed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Brother Bruno.
Now, I know it's getting hot, you know, and one of the things that, meanwhile, here in Florida, it's been in the 90s for the last month. And then if you live here, you get used to it. But it's still hot and humid every day. And now, all of a sudden, everybody in the Northeast, have they closed the schools yet? Here's what I'll do. I have an old plug wrench, as we used to call it in South Philly growing up.
Yeah.
Because when I was a kid, when it got hot out in the summertime, somebody would have the fire hydrant wrench in the neighborhood and then would go out and turn on the plug, as we call it. And then I would do I would do peacocks.
Yeah.
You know what that is, right? Not the Peacock network of NBC.
No.
But somebody would get down and put their butt up against the...
Back it up.
Back that thing up in the fire hydrant and then create an unbelievable peacock. And the entire neighborhood would come out cheering.
Wow.
As you anointed them with cold, clear water. That's what we need. Kathy Hochul in New York is saying, oh, my God, it's Juneteenth. Here's the best part. We're going to open up all the pools. We're going to let people go and park for free in New York today. Meanwhile, because it's Juneteenth, guess what's closed in New York City? And I don't know if that's the case in Philly. You know what's closed? Libraries and cooling centers in New York. So as the heat wave is going and the mayor's putting on her sunglasses to tell everybody that you can park for free, the libraries are closed where people go normally when it's hot out, and the cooling centers that they set up in New York for heat waves are closed today. So explain the logic of that to me, please.
It's a holiday.
It's a holiday.
I know it is.
Yes, it's not.
Nobody's working.
It's not a holiday for us, Don Stensland. Thank you very much for asking, though.
I did ask.
I noticed the halls here were a tad empty. I noticed our brethren on the music stations. None of them are in today.
Because it's a holiday. It's a federal holiday.
I get you. But
how does a federal holiday affect, somebody posted something this morning. It's really, I know it'll offend a lot of people, but 3 major holidays, which one is the most well-known? Kwanzaa, Juneteenth, or Toyotathon? I mean, when you look at the 3 holidays that have been created out of nowhere, I'm going to say Toyotathon is probably, because Jan, let's be honest, Jan is strong. She keeps going strong on those Toyota commercials.
Yeah.
Wait, margarita checking. Tony Bruno sounds like a helicopter city traffic host, LOL.
Wow.
Well, Tony,
I did the helicopter traffic when I replaced Walt McDonald in the Arco Go Patrol back in like 1989. So, but do I sound like I'm in a chopper?
No, I don't think so. You sound great.
All right. I don't know if that's an insult. Oh, no, she puts LOL in there, so I guess she's joking around.
Tony,
you never know anymore.
We found out yesterday it might be heat wave everywhere except for Montana.
Exactly. They had snow yesterday. Did you see that?
Yes.
Wow.
There was a football practice in Montana, at Montana State. Is that in Helena? Because Montana, that's in Bozeman, Montana. They had snow flurries. So while we're talking about the heat bubble and the entire country's, having unbelievable heat, we used to call that summer in the city. Remember that?
Hot time.
We used to call this summer. Now, is it supposed to be 90 in June? No. But when it is 90 in June, normally like when there's calls for a sprinkle or calls for a 1/4 inch of snow in the wintertime, we go run to the Acme, to ShopRite, get all the food, get the toilet paper, get the eggs, get the milk, get the butter, and all those other stuffs. But now at heat, it's like heat has been around forever. The sun is still there. When I was a kid, it was hotter than hell. And what we would do in South Philly, in the concrete jungle, when the temperature was in the 90s, you couldn't walk on the asphalt. You couldn't walk on the concrete. You couldn't walk around anywhere. You couldn't walk on the sand on the beach in Wildwood, which has the longest beach between the boardwalk and the water.
Thank you.
You had to wear like hip boots to be able to get to your spot near the beach in Wildwood.
I remember seeing photographs before there was air conditioning and people didn't have the window air conditioners, that they would sleep on their marble steps out front at night just to cool off.
Wow.
Try doing that now. Now people are doing that because they can't afford to pay the bills. So anyway, we got a lot of stuff to cover today, guys. It's the cheap fake thing that the real fakes and all the other stuff. I mean, that's insane. We'll get into that. But we also have we've got all kinds of stuff going on. How about the Phillies, though? Why everybody thinks negative and everything. How about the Phillies last night?
Well, isn't Don supposed to do?
Yeah, Don's
going to have the news. Don, are you going to mention the great Willie Mays, the late great Willie Mays, and of course the Phillies, who unbelievable finish. Nick Castellanos, the guy that's mostly criticized in this town, is on fire. 4 hits last night. Phillies win. So at least there's something positive here as we go into the dog days of summer. Basketball is over. The NHL is just about over. And I know I got to give my buddy Harry Mays some love. Harry Mays yesterday made a great point on social media, picked up by Crossing Broad, that in Philadelphia sports, there should be a moratorium between now and when training camp actually starts for the Eagles. No talk about football until something happens in football.
Agreed.
All right?
Agreed.
And some people are saying no talk about any sports except the Phillies until something happens in sports that means something. Maybe the Olympics. People will talk about that. But anyway, here's Dawn. Dawn, you have the news to get this day going here.
You got to get this party started. Yes, it's Juneteenth.
Woo-hoo.
This is officially a federal holiday in Philadelphia. We're sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. In the news this morning, we are already at 72 degrees. The big story for all of us, of course, is not the 72 degrees, but all the heat alerts, excessive heat warnings that are going into effect. We'll talk about the forecast in a moment. We do have a breaking news story, a man shot and killed in southwest Philadelphia. Also, Philadelphia police working to ID a man whose body was found in the Schuylkill River. We know that he's 30 years old, pulled from the water right near the 2400 block of Walnut Street. Last night, the 30-year-old man, as he was pulled out of the water, but we don't have any further details on the man's death. That remains under investigation, the autopsy underway, and they're actually putting out there, if you know anything, if you have any information, call 215-686, the tip line there, because they still are investigating this one. 75 new police recruits, now sworn Philadelphia police officers. We've talked about this latest class, the 405th class in Philadelphia. The group has graduated as the Philadelphia Police Department, of course, continues this major push in recruitment because we're still here in Philadelphia, the department, more than 1,000 officers short of what we need to keep our city safe with law enforcement. And in Philadelphia, the number of police graduates dropped to just 114 in all of 2022. So there are 6 application drives. They're putting this out there. The next one starts next week, asking you to apply. I also heard an ad. They're running ads now for corrections officers.
Oh, boy.
Because we are so low in the prisons, it's about that number locally as far as we don't have enough corrections officers to man and woman the prisons, to guard the prisons.
Why don't we have enough? We don't put anybody in jail, so why would people want those jobs? You're not guarding anybody.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons they try to seriously.
Yeah.
It's why they try to get the prisoners out, because they don't have enough room.
Yeah.
We need more social workers. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, that'll help, right? Grief counselors.
Yes.
Philadelphia police identifying that officer, and we've talked about this story, who shot a dirt bike rider as the dirt bike rider was reaching for his own gun, a concealed weapon, during a weekend traffic stop. So we know that 32-year-old officer Paul Moore, he is okay. He is, per standard operating procedure, on administrative duty pending the internal affairs and officer-involved shooting unit, 6-year veteran of the department, assigned to the 22nd District. So the guy who was shot is hospitalized. He survived, and he's in stable condition. His name, though, the suspect's name, who reached for the firearm in a confrontation with police, they're not releasing the suspect's name, but they are releasing the officer's name. And keep in mind, these two men in Philadelphia, I will point out to you, about the same age, early 30s, right? This shooting happened Saturday afternoon, 3:20-ish, Saturday afternoon, 2700 block of North 6th Street, West Somerset Street. And officers were following up on a tip from a police chopper about a dirt bike driver recklessly weaving through traffic. This is one of those huge issues we've seen, the famous one in Philadelphia. Remember some of these dirt bike drivers and riders just wreaking havoc. Remember the one where the mom actually got out of her vehicle, headbutted the guy. Remember that one? But in this case, the officer arrived, got the suspect, and explained to the suspect that procedurally they would be confiscating his dirt bike. Suspect, because they're illegal on city streets, suspect gets agitated. That's when he, according to witnesses and police, reaches for his concealed firearm, and the officer then fears for his safety. Officer shoots him, and now the suspect in the hospital.
And it's not my style to criticize the local media, but I saw the story because I follow all the local Phillies, Channel 6, 310. I follow them all because I want to keep up to date on what's going on. Every single Philadelphia news media outlet reported the story as police shoot man on ATV. Not like, hey, by the way, a guy was on an ATV and he pulled a gun on a cop and the cop shot. It's like police shoot man on ATV. That was the headline.
Thank you. That's the point. If you're going to release the cop's name, release the guy who pulled the gun on the cop, right? Why wouldn't they release both
all
names?
The information.
Yeah. Release all the information so that Steve Keeley can immediately put up the mugshot that was already on file of the 31-year-old who's in the hospital. I think that's
By
what
the way, everybody needs a mugshot now. I mean, now that you have, Justin Timberlake has one.
Yeah.
I mean, do you have any street cred if you don't have, it used to be a tattoo gave you street cred. True. Now, if you don't have a mugshot,
true.
Are you really important?
Actually, I'm
really
really disappointed, Tony, that you do not have your mugshot.
I don't have a mugshot.
When you were what, 16 years old, and you were arrested for drunken disorderly?
16. I was like 13, and I was making out with random chicks on Broad Street during the Mummers Parade, and I was so wasted, even though I was drinking underage. Everybody was wasted. And I was at Broad and Tasker. I'll never forget it.
That is the most Philly story ever, by the way.
Absolutely. So I'm drunk, and which kids do, and I'm making out with everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody we used to make out on Broad Street before it was a big deal. Before we had COVID and all the other diseases. Yeah. And I made out, and all of a sudden the cop grabs me and takes my belt, throws me in the meat wagon, as we call them, took me to the police station, and threw me in the slammer. And they didn't even cuff me in the front like they did Justin Timberlake up there in Sag Harbor, Long Island. So they put me in a cell, and not at the vet. They put me in a real jail cell, I think down at the 10th and Wharton, where the police station is. Jeez. And then I slept it off, and they let me go. But I didn't get a mugshot.
And that's very disappointing.
It really is.
Jeez.
By the way, isn't that Justin Timberlake mugshot like the most handsome mugshot ever? Like,
yes. Yeah. His makeup artist come in, put a little JD Vance eyeliner on.
I can see the eyes, though.
The eyes are a little red.
Yeah, it's a little red. By the way, did you see what he supposedly had in his body in his blood test?
Well, somebody posted that, but
no, this is like a legit Molly's, poppers, Truvada, and Coke, supposedly. Damn.
Wow.
He gets the good stuff.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
What is Truvada?
Truvada is an HIV medication. So
what?
I know, that doesn't make sense. I think that's
fake news.
Not real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Don't believe everything you see on Twitter.
You never know.
I know. I just wait for the deep fakes and the cheap fakes. That's all I'm looking for.
I'm going to say it is 6:15 in the morning. Can we stop getting our news from Twitter? Thank you.
Yes, exactly.
My Lord.
Well, it is Juneteenth.
Yeah.
Let's talk about, first of all, Phils, as Tony Bruno mentioned, Phils beat the Padres 4-3, go for the sweep, 105 this afternoon when it'll be 93 degrees, but it'll feel like 107.
We have the Nick Castellanos walk-off.
Oh, man.
If you want to hear this.
What a great night for him. 4 for 4.
Scott Fransky, NLA, with the call. Phil, if you want to, awesome. Phil, if you want to roll this, go.
And Castellanos has certainly had some big hits along the way. He's got 2 walk-off winners already this season. The pitch swung on, hit down the right field line, slicing away from Tatis. It is a fair ball. The Phillies are going to win it. Bohm is in to score. Casti has won it. 4 straight hits. Castellanos standing at second base as the Phillies pour out of the dugout. And they've stunned Suarez and the Padres. It's 4-3.
Unbelievable.
The ball was maybe a foot fair down the right field line, out of the reach of Tatis. And Castellanos with his 3rd game winner in walk-off fashion this season.
Unbelievable.
The audio courtesy of our sister station, 94 WIP, and the video courtesy of NBC Sports Philadelphia.
Woo!
Beautiful.
There you go.
Beautiful thing. So the sad part of what's happening in the world of baseball, and we're hearing really some beautiful tributes, is that baseball icon Willie Mays has died at the age of 93 years young. Willie Mays.
I gotta admit, guys.
Say hey, kid.
I did not know he was still alive. Honest to God. When I heard that news this morning, I was like, I had no idea he was still alive. 93.
Well, I did because, being on in San Francisco radio for 17 years, and, being out in San Francisco many times and meeting Willie Mays and seeing him at the Giants games. And interestingly, this weekend at Rickwood Park, which is in Birmingham, Alabama, the home of the Negro Leagues, they're having a tribute game where the St. Louis Cardinals and the San Francisco Giants will be playing each other. And Willie Mays, they said earlier this week, that he was not able to make the trip to Birmingham to celebrate. Willie Mays played there in Birmingham and Rickwood Field, the oldest ballpark in America, and it's still there in Birmingham. I had a chance to go there many times. And Willie Mays, they said, was not going to be able to make the trip, but we'd be watching from home. But sadly, he passed away at the age of 93. One of you talk about top 5.
Yeah.
I don't want to do lists or anything. Willie Mays, one of the greatest players in baseball history and an even better human being.
And on Juneteenth, he's being memorialized too. So, and speaking of this Juneteenth, in Philadelphia, the African American Museum is going to have a huge block party this afternoon, and at 7 p.m. celebrations continue. It's going to be, it's a shame because they had hoped that many people would come out and enjoy this, but with a high of, they're saying 93 in the city of Philadelphia, 91 for the suburbs. Obviously, if you're down the shore, much cooler in the upper 80s. But tomorrow, 93 degrees, Friday, 96 degrees. Saturday and Sunday, we're looking at mid-90s as well. And Monday, 93 degrees still. It looks like we'll get a slight bit of relief with a chance for some thunderstorms next Monday night. Okay.
You know what we call that here in Florida?
What?
Mayweather. Mayweather, that's what we call it. May.
Very good.
I love it.
It's amazing.
Are there still any air conditioners left available at Home Depot and Lowe's?
That's what happens. People will run into the Home Depot on Washington Avenue, as I call it, Columbus Boulevard, and then they'll be out of air conditioners and box fans. Everybody runs in, and it's sad because a lot of people don't have air conditioning.
Yeah,
a lot of the schools don't have air conditioning still in the city. It's sad. Just go out to the pools. Are the pools open yet?
Yes.
Or do we not have lifeguards in Philly? Every year the pools don't open. Some of them don't open.
Or they don't put water in it.
Yeah, they don't put. Just add water.
Dawn Stensland.
Stay hydrated.
Dawn Stensland's son is a lifeguard.
Yep, Michael's a lifeguard. Every year they're calling him. Everybody's calling him. If you're a lifeguard in the city of Philadelphia, some of the pools, because they're so desperate, they're paying $20+ an hour.
Wow. Gosh.
The minimum is like $17 an hour for a lifeguard.
Really?
And they'll pay your certification.
$50 an hour. $50 an hour. I'll be there.
You know where the highest paid lifeguards are?
Where?
In Los Angeles.
Really?
They make 6 figures down there.
Really? In pools? In pools?
No,
at the beach.
Yeah, beaches.
Yeah.
Because they're
By the way,
year-round.
speaking of the beaches in L.A., did you see that? L.A. beaches now, people are being warned to stay away from many of the beaches because of high levels of bacteria. So they don't have the heat we have here right now. But imagine, and we're living in L.A. for 11 years. Everybody would go to Santa Monica Beach, but that is of dirty water places on earth.
Yeah.
I was afraid to put my foot in that water, let alone swim in that beach.
Say, reportedly Justin Timberlake swam there, and now look at what medication he's on.
Exactly right.
Call back, sorry.
But the pool at 5th and Washington Avenue is closed?
I have no idea.
In Philadelphia?
We need a pool update. We need a correspondent, a man on the street or a woman on the street, to see if any of the damn pools are open.
They are open, but they're doing it on a rolling basis. So they opened last week the first 3 to 5. Every week it's 3 to 5 more, and I think that's their way of dealing with what you're talking about. They're still trying to hire lifeguards. They do offer free swim lessons for everybody.
Wow, nice.
Which is fantastic.
Do what a lot of people do. Just go to the art museum, get in the fountains, whatever you need to stay cool.
That's right.
Don't jump in the river. Don't jump in the Delaware or Schuylkill rivers. Sadly, because somebody died there. Somebody fell in. I don't know if they fell in or what happened, but it's just.
The sad thing is that at some of the, like the one on Oregon Avenue that was close to our house, they had to have security down there as well.
At the pool, yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. How long until somebody gets shot at one of these pools?
Right. It's when you're a lifeguard, one of the reasons why they probably can't get them is because it's not safe down there.
Now, 91 LS as Alexa says, when Tony swam in the Playboy Grotto, the water there, I don't know if I can read the rest of that.
It looked like egg drop soup.
The water looked like egg drop soup.
That's funny.
But Robin was in the grotto pool too at the Playboy Mansion.
Yes, I was.
We had that checked off. That's a bucket list item that we already checked off, but can never happen again.
Yeah, it's
that's
gone.
one of those things that could never ever happen again. How about that?
Remember when Ed Rendell with his hairy back and chest?
Oh yeah.
And every year Ed Rendell would jump in that was the inaugural, and all the children would be like, "Ooh!" No, I'm just teasing. But he did. He was to celebrate the opening of the pools.
Yep.
I remember when Jim Canny used to do the Sanctuary City dance in the waiting pool down there on Oregon Avenue. Yeah.
It's a sin.
Yeah.
Well, listen, we are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. Explore the most desirable luxury SUVs with the Defender, Discovery, and Range Rover models. Just schedule a test drive today. Land Rover, Willow Grove, Westchester, Harrisburg, or Wilmington. Find yours today. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our first edition of the news this morning, Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, we should take a quick break right now. The 6 o'clock hour, sponsored by Budget Blinds. Summer's a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shade, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the business. Budgetblinds.com. I'm a customer. They do a great job. Thank you, Budget Blinds, for sponsoring the 6 o'clock hour. We have a lot more. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, Dawn Senslin, and myself coming up. Stay there.
It's officially summer, and the Zioli Army is headed to Cape May. Let's storm the beaches of Cape May at the Grand Hotel. Join me for our live show Friday, June 21st. Can't wait to see you there at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. And we're going to have a very special surprise guest hanging out with us as well. So make it a priority. Put it on your calendar today. Friday, June 21st, 3 to 7 p.m. live at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. GrandHotelCapeMay.com.
Have you questioned your doctor about symptoms like low energy, digestive issues, brain fog, joint pain, just not feeling right, just something is off, and you're only left settling for unanswered questions, or worse, being told it's just because you're getting older? You don't have to settle for unanswered questions any longer. With Younger Me MD's exclusive VIP membership program, aging doesn't have to make you feel older. Their proven 3-step process and functional medicine approach helps you discover the underlying causes of your issues. As a member, you get access to high-level personalized treatment plans, as well as discounts on treatments and supplements. If you're ready to live the life you deserve, it's time to learn about Younger Me MD's VIP membership program. Call 445-266-4024. 445-266-4024. That's 445-266-4024. And schedule your consultation with Younger Me, MD.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-505-1608. 800-505-1608. 800-505-1608.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnik, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Why are you paying for an AC system that's struggling to keep you cool? If you hear something funny, smell something burny, your AC is frozen or leaking water, or even feel warm air coming from your AC, it's time to call CNC. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local Lennox dealers, can make it a no-sweat summer for your entire household with one phone call. 0% financing options available. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit cc-hvac.com to request your estimate today.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all. Gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed, thanks to Price Assure. And to make sure you're all set for that first barbecue, they'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and barbecue season and style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As a Main Street bank, PNC strives to put our clients and the communities we serve at the center of everything we do. Our local leadership teams provide the knowledge needed to be able to deliver effective strategic solutions tailored for your business. We're proud to be part of the Philadelphia, Delaware, and Southern New Jersey communities. See how we can make a difference for your business at pnc.com/CIB. The PNC Financial Services Group, Inc., all rights reserved.
If it's been a minute since you've considered an Infinity, now's the time to check out the Bush Auto Group. At Bush Infinity of Westchester, we have exceptional offers just for you. Enjoy rates as low as 4.9% for 36 months on Infinity certified pre-owned vehicles. Plus, every new Infinity comes with 3 years free maintenance. Don't wait. Visit in-store today at Bush Infinity of Westchester or online at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Come out, Virginia, don't let me wait. You Catholic girls start much
6:30. Playlist courtesy of Linda Kearns, the Linda Kearns Law Office. She donated to the Families Behind the Bad Children's Foundation, Tony, and took over the music for this week.
No Elvis?
No, last week was Elvis.
Okay.
So last week she donated $1,000 to the Families Behind the Bad Children's Foundation just to play Elvis to torment me for a week. So she did another, and then she did another $500 this week to do another playlist, but it's no Elvis song. So
hey, at least she's playing the hits. She's not playing B-sides or
exactly.
fringe oldies that nobody plays anymore.
Yeah.
You know.
Linda Kearns, LLC.
Beautiful.
Thanks, Linda.
Tony Bruno, what's up, my friend?
Well, you know, the interesting thing, I don't know if you saw it yesterday. Of course, everybody knows Biden had the amnesty thing, and now he has been put on ice for a week. They sent him down to Delaware, so he'll be there chilling, staying away from the media. Yesterday, I don't know if you caught the other cut. I think that's coming up on the cut sheet later on. But, you know, with all the cheap fake and deep fake stuff, yesterday Biden made an announcement and then had trouble mentioning the name of his own Health and Human Services, or DHS secretary. Did you see that cut?
Yes.
Was that a cheap fake, deep fake, or was that another glitch? I don't know anymore. I think the fact that the White House was the one who put this feed up, I don't think they can say that this is a cheap fake. And while Biden was doing that and then getting ready to go to Delaware for the next week for the debate next Thursday, Kamala Harris was welcoming the cast of Queer Eye for the straight guy, including the hairstylist for what's her face?
Dylan
Mulvaney.
Mulvaney.
And then he had a news conference.
Yep.
This guy who looks like Jesus. Remember
his
Philly
name
Jesus?
is Jonathan Van Ness. He wears, or she, you don't know anymore. Wears women's dresses.
No, it's a dude.
Long
He
hair.
acknowledges himself as a dude.
No,
He's
it
not-
has long hair, and then he has a full beard and mustache.
Yeah, but he's not a. He's a dude. He doesn't claim to be a female.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't claim to be trans.
It's very
His claim to
confusing.
fame is he's a dude's hairstylist.
Since we're
a guy pretending to be a woman.
So he's just a cross-dresser.
Since we're talking about this, let's play it. Phil, if you want to pull up cut 14 here.
Yeah, I want to hear this.
This is the this is Kamala Harris welcoming Jonathan Van Ness.
Exactly.
He identifies as non-binary using they, he, she pronouns.
Okay.
They attended a Pride event to commemorate the 20th anniversary of Queer Eye, hosted by the vice president. Cut.
There's just not enough days in this month. I mean, how many days do we have? We only have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Only 12 more days before Pride Week is gone. What are we going to do then?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Pride Week, Pride Month, Pride Year. Cut 14, go. Look at that. That's a dress, I guess? Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's a medium.
It's very confusing.
It's a medium.
He has beautiful hair.
Yes, he does. Well, I mean, he's a stylist.
I was just
that's what they're doing at the White House. While the country's while you got Putin flying to North Korea and meeting with Kim Jong-un. You got boats out from Florida. The Russians are coming, and then the White House is bringing in. Didn't they learn from the people that they brought on the White House lawn, some of whom are now in jail, including the dude with the one dude who's now been charged with sexual assault, the one that took his top off?
Yep.
Right?
Yep. Yeah.
And they still keep trying. Listen, they can do whatever they want. But talk about tone deaf. Talk about promoting things as something that's more important than what's going on in New York City and Philly with all these criminals.
Damn it, Tony.
Raping and killing people.
Decency was brought back to the White
It's
House.
back on
Don't
the
you know
on the
that?
ballot. Decency is on the ballot.
And then you mentioned one of the Queer Eye cast members taking to the podium. This is cut 13, Phil, if you want to put this up. Cut 13, go.
Welcome today, everyone, to the White House. I'd like to briefly answer some questions. Go ahead, I'm ready.
JVN.
Oh, yes.
Is it true that is all your natural hair?
Yes, I can confirm that this is not a wig.
Follow-up
Thank you so much for
question.
asking.
Do
No
you use your own
extensions.
products?
I do use JVN hair, actually exclusively for over 4 years. Next question.
Is it true Karamo is your favorite member of the Fab Five?
I will say that I can confirm that Cromwell Brown is my favorite member of the Fab Five. I also have a very strict rule that if I'm only with one of our castmates, they are in fact my favorite.
There we go.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Your government at work. At least Kamala Harris has something to do while they're working on ways to get rid of her to bring Hillary Clinton or Gavin Newsom in.
Yeah. Yeah, and this wasn't. Think about you're in a major city and you're watching these privileged, wealthy individuals in the cool air conditioning, right, of the luxury of the White House. Think of all the headlines we're all dealing with in real time. Think of New York City, the guy, the Ecuadorian illegal guy that the NYPD caught that raped a 13-year-old girl in broad daylight.
You saw that the people actually, Good Samaritans, tackled this clown and held him until police showed up.
Yeah.
That should get a key to the city. That one dude in
Amen.
particular who held him down until the cops came, that guy should get a key to the city. But they won't even acknowledge him except in the New York Post and in New York City, where people now have to take matters into their own hands to protect their communities.
Yeah, did you hear that the one guy who knew that this was him and took him down originally, and then the other people helped him afterwards, was talking about how he just had, his either wife or girlfriend just gave birth to a little girl, and he said, you can't have people like that walking around, and he decided that he was going to take it upon himself to do something about it.
Yeah, so think about what you're saying. We're going to see more. We're going to see a rise in vigilantism here in Philadelphia, New York, across the country. We've seen it before, but I think we'll see it at unprecedented levels because, we started out in the news this morning talking about the fact that because of defund the police, even though that's dead here in Philadelphia, thanks in part to Mayor Sherrell Parker, who campaigned on that as far as rebooting our police department. But I think that we're so far down in every city, especially New York, especially Philadelphia.
Well, that's what we keep hearing, but we're seeing crime 24/7. Yeah. And so it is, look at incidents of Juneteenth festivals, people are being shot. These are supposed to be days of joy, days of celebration. And in Chicago last weekend, 70 people were shot. And the mayor is holding a news conference to say that he has the most black members of any city, administration in Chicago history, boasting about that while 70 people were shot in Chicago. So I get it. There's nothing wrong with promoting the fact that you're promoting people. But when you're tone deaf and you're ignoring what's going on in your own cities to try to make people think that you're doing a great job and spending $30,000 a year on hair and makeup. Even Robin doesn't spend $30,000 a year on hair and makeup.
Not.
And if she did, she'd be out on the street.
On her marble steps.
Yes.
Her marble steps. But speaking of that, we have an update on the Casa Bruno. Have you seen it?
No.
She is rising.
Oh.
The shell is up. She is rising.
If you switch to Tony's camera, I can show you the latest video.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
This is exclusive footage now. You're not getting this anywhere else, ladies and gentlemen. Bob Vila's not doing this. You're not seeing this on Queer Eye. You're not seeing this on the Property Brothers or on HGTV or any of
Okay. So what you are going to see here is we are standing inside the middle of the shell.
Yes.
And we're going to pan around, and all the exterior walls, except for one small part, are now up.
Nice.
Look at that. Concrete, baby.
Look at
we
that.
don't build
That's the
stick
view.
figure homes down here. We go concrete, baby.
Right on the water,
concrete
too.
and right on the water.
Water.
Right on the water.
So this
it's exciting to see the house go. We were there when we were excited when the dirt came, and now here they are. These guys who do the block work, they're amazingly talented people. All the window openings are in. There'll be a second story on one side. There's our view of the sunset every night. It's going to be awesome. We're going to have to have a big live 1210 meetup. There's so many people from the Philly area down in the Cape Coral, Fort Myers area.
Yeah.
And so we hope to be in there by Christmas. So we're going to have a big bring Rich Zioli down there. So Zioli loves Florida.
He does.
Jim Kenny's probably down there right now.
Yeah.
Just invite all the 1210 folks in the area down here in Cape Coral.
It's amazing how many people from Philly, New Jersey are down just around us in the Fort Myers, Cape Coral area.
Yep.
No, Casa Bruno is not similar to the Branch Davidian compound. Come on. No, Mexico did not pay for the walls. I did. And by the way, every single person working on this home is a legal immigrant working their butts off, and these are great human beings.
Amen.
They all have licenses. They all have permits, and that's what makes America great. These people came in the right way, and they're out there working in the hot sun every single day, and they don't complain. They don't bitch about anything. They're just happy to have jobs, and they do a great job. So all these people trying to do all this, we got to get rid of these people. We're not trying to get rid of people, the immigrants. My parents were immigrants. It's not the immigrants that's the problem. It's letting people in unvetted from all over the world who don't know where they are, who they are, what their plans are. That's the simple explanation for this whole thing.
And if you talk to a lot of the people that come over here legally, they're saying they don't want the illegals because it's taking away a lot of their rights and options, and they're being lumped in with all the illegal activity that's happening, and it reflects badly on them.
Also, where do you think the illegal, convicts who left, Ecuador, Venezuela, where the crime rates are going down, where do you think they hide? They're not hiding in Chestnut Hill where I live, right?
No,
They're hiding in a neighborhood, whether it's in Philadelphia or whether it's Chester County. They're hiding within people that they feel like they can be camouflaged. So then it's like a wolf in sheep's cloth, and they're preying on the children and the women and folks in those communities. That's why Trump's numbers we see in not just the African American community, but in many immigrant communities across America. That's why we see Trump's numbers going up.
The woman in Maryland. Now, Maryland, there are a lot of rich areas where the woman who had the 5 children who was killed last year by the immigrant who had come in here illegally and has been. There's people have been coming in and out of the country 16 times getting deported, and they're coming back into the country. And nobody when I say nobody, very few people seem to care. Imagine going for a walk. By the way, in a well-to-do area, you take a walk in the woods and you get jumped and murdered, raped and murdered in your own backyard.
Yeah.
And these are normally safe communities. I mean, who would want to walk anywhere now in their own neighborhoods? If you live in in an area where there are trails and stuff, this stuff's happening all over the country. And people are trying to paint this out as, well, this is rare. MSNBC and that, what's her name? The chick that used to be there that replaced KJB, who was previously the worst press secretary ever.
Jen Psaki.
Yeah.
Peppermint Patty. There's no migrant crime. There's no illegal immigrant crime. No. I mean, it's just like, don't believe what your lying eyes are seeing.
Deep fakes.
They're trying to tell us to not believe what we can actually see is happening.
Deep fakes.
You know what it feels like? Especially how they're trying to say that the videos of Biden freezing up, stumbling, and all that are deep fakes or cheap fakes. It's like you hear these stories of women who've walked in on their significant other actually having sex with another woman, and somehow or another the man is able to talk himself out of it, saying that while the other woman is getting dressed and slipping out, he's like, "What do you mean? There's nobody here, honey. You're seeing things. What's wrong with you?" And then she ends up believing it. That's what I feel like these people that believe the mainstream media, don't pay no attention to the man behind the green curtain. I mean, this is insane.
Sorry.
By the way, I'm wearing my Temple University shirt today.
I see that. Beautiful.
Because as you know, former President Trump is coming into town, and you can tell how tolerant the one-party cabal is in Philadelphia. As there are now, people were texting me yesterday, I'm going to go out there, and I want everybody to order tickets. I want everybody to order tickets online and then not go, because we don't want Trump in Philadelphia. These are the people who are the ones who are tolerant and, they're woke and everything else. That's what they're trying to do. That's how much, and I know Temple's under a lot of heat. How dare you allow Donald Trump to come into Philadelphia, on a Saturday afternoon? I mean, that's how insane things are now.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Joe Biden comes in like every other week. Barack Obama would come in every other week to Chestnut Hill, shut down traffic, shut down the airport week after week after week. Trump comes into town one day on a Saturday, and everybody's going crazy. Oh, the media's going crazy. Oh, my God. We can't have Trump. How can we have Donald Trump coming to Philadelphia? For God's sake. Will Bunch is having heart attack after heart attack. Can you imagine that?
It's like
and people are ripping Temple.
It's like Hitler
ripping Temple University.
It's like Hitler coming to Madison Square Garden. I think I heard somebody say that too.
Wow.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's just insane. Have you seen that they're actually trying to get people to register for tickets? And
I
then
just said that, Robin.
Yeah.
I had some clown with 500 followers, 300 followers.
300.
Hey, guess what? I saw him post, hey, everybody, here's what you got to do. You got to order tickets online, and this way, when you go there, they won't be there. So then Trump can't say he could fill up the Leah Chorus Center. That'll show him. Oh yeah.
I got my tickets.
Can you believe this?
Dawn's going.
This is America.
Oh, yeah, I'm going.
Dawn's going.
Yeah,
wow,
I got
look
my
at you.
tickets.
Nice.
She's got her tickets.
So get your tickets.
Listen, you can go. I've never been to a Trump rally. I've never been to Mar-a-Lago.
I'd like to go and
there's
experience
rallies every weekend here. You know, I'm not a big rally guy.
Do Trump?
You know, I mean, I'll go to I'll go to you know, a beach club and have fun and have cocktails and stuff.
Yeah.
You could
but
be
I'm not
like,
standing in line.
Wait, Miss Robin and Tony Bruno could be like the new. Remember when Mika and Joe used to be friends with Trump?
Yeah.
And they would go to
Yes.
Mar-a-Lago, all this. So you guys could like take their spot in a good way.
In
Go
a
to
heartbeat. That
Mar-a-Lago,
would be cool.
visit.
Yeah, people
support.
are asking me that I should be in Philly and Trump should bring me up on the
Yes.
stage.
I think you should
I
introduce
think
him.
so too. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, who's more Philly than me? Let's be honest now.
It's true.
Well, Dawn, you're Philly.
No, nobody's. Tony Bruno is Philly. I love that idea, actually.
Yeah.
I've hosted
That's
rallies
brilliant.
against Norman Brayman in Center City, Philadelphia, when Reggie White was allowed to go. So I'm a guy who understands important rallies
Yes.
when you're trying to rally people against the evils in the world. And so Trump's the evil now. Rachel Maddow and the View chicks are all worried about them getting thrown into jail. I mean, can you imagine? Can you believe the insanity of these people? I mean, wasn't Trump in office for 4 years? Who did he put in jail? Which media did he? Which media? He just called the media fake news, and they act like he's a Hitler. I mean, listen, you know, vote for whoever you want, but if you're supposedly tolerant and you're supposed to be free speech people, and then you're trying to get tickets at Leocora Center so that you can have empty seats there to teach Trump a lesson, there's something wrong with you. There is something
By the way,
wrong with you.
all those chicks on The View, and excuse me, Dawn and Miss Robin, for saying chicks. I know.
Oh no,
that's
they would be complimented by that.
I would
They're
exactly,
hags.
yes.
They're
Actually,
hags.
chicks
They're not
is
chicks.
much nicer than what I would call them.
all those.
Yeah, chicks grow up into chickens, and then they give you eggs, and then they give you wings, and then they give you everything else that you need.
All those ladies on The View and Miss Maddow too were they got rich during the Trump administration.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
So you know what I mean? Like Rachel Maddow got so rich, got so popular that she worked out a deal a couple of years ago where she has to work 1 day a week.
Exactly.
1 day a week. So like enough with
She and
this.
Howard Stern, all these people. It's funny. The media people who are all they hate Trump. Without Trump, they wouldn't have made money. They wouldn't be writing books. How many books are being written about Joe Biden? Nobody, because you can't make money writing a book about Joe Biden. These people got rich off of Trump, and now they don't want him back. Without him, what are they going to talk about? Well, if he's president, they have something to talk about. If he's not president, they have something to talk about. They're never be happy. But Rachel Maddow's smart. You know, all these morons, Joy Behar and those other mutants on The View, they're dumber than a box of rocks, okay? All of them. Whoever the conservatives are, I don't care which one. Do they have one member of The View that anybody respects as a credible, smart, journalistic type person? It's a joke.
Yeah.
It's a game show. It's embarrassing.
By the way, QJ on the YouTube video feed says Dawn isn't more Philly until she Dawn isn't more Philly than Tony till she spouts some stories of drunken makeout sessions at the Mummers Parade.
Yes. Yeah, I'm tempted to say it like I made out with a mummer one time at a Mummers Parade. Okay, how about that?
Tell us that story.
How about that?
Tell us that
But see,
story.
the advantage of
slowly, Dawn.
growing up right off of Broad Street, because I grew up right off of Broad and Mifflin, and Broad and Wharton first, and then Broad and Mifflin. So all I had to do on New Year's Day was just walk around the corner. I don't have to worry about parking. People parked on the sidewalks. Now the Mummers Parade doesn't go anywhere near there. So that's what we used to do. And I'm not ashamed of it. That's when Philadelphia, people loved each other. And I think people still normally do. I don't think everybody's at each other's throats in Philly. People who have common sense can see what's going on. And if you're happy with the way things are going, then do what you want. I don't tell anybody who to vote for. But it's amazing that the people who are supposed to be the most tolerant are the ones who are the least tolerant. And, there's all this stuff talk about the media is basically, and you see it now after the cheap fakes and the deep fakes, there is a full-on blitz by the media to try to push Biden in. And if he fails next week on that debate, you watch. The very next day, they'll be bringing in, that's why Hillary was at the Tonys the other night. Hillary's now lurking again. And then you got Gavin Newsom, who can't even run his state, is one of the potential replacements. Could you imagine if they pick Hillary Clinton and she tries to run one more time. Imagine the Kamala Harris camp. What would they say? Right? I mean, how do you get rid of Kamala Harris?
It can't happen.
Who's the vice president? And
what if they try to run Hillary and Kamala together? Oh my God.
Heads will explode. Hey, we have to step aside for a second so we can take a break and then come back for the top of the hour news. We have all of that cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Dawn's news coming up at the top of the hour. More from Tony Bruno and Robin. Maybe more makeout sessions at the Mars Parade when Tony was 13 and drunk. Philly. We'll be right back. But first, I want to talk to you about FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Did you have Kyle Schwarber last night? I believe he hit a home run last night for Dinger Tuesdays. 105 today. Schwarber plus 186 to hit a home run. I would go Bryce Harper. I would go Bryce Harper at plus 250. Maybe Trey Turner at plus 370 for a anytime home run today. 105 against the Padres. I love sports, and I love them so much I never want them to stop. But the playoffs are over. Now the Boston Celtics won. We have fewer games, so it's on to baseball. FanDuel lets me keep the sports going whenever I want. All I have to do is open the app and dream up bets anytime I'm in the mood. And during the summer, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is hooking up all customers with a boost or a bonus daily. That's right. There's something for everyone every day, all summer long. So head on over to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg to make the most out of your summer. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the betting partner of Major League Baseball. 21 and over. Present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Wager requirements apply. Bonuses awarded as non-withdrawable bonus bets or profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including bonus expiration. See terms and conditions at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano inviting you to join me in Wildwood at Mulligan Shore Bar this Friday, June 21st, to celebrate Dom Giordano Day in Wildwood. We have an action-packed day planned, national guest of honor Scott Presler joining us, lots of local guests, and of course, entertainment by Burning Sky, the ultimate Bad Company tribute band. It'll be a great day in Wildwood. Blow off work Friday. Join me at Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood starting at noon. Mulligan's at 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood. Details at 1210WPHT.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC+. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
La 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 la. Oops.
Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill. Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans on the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey, Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Free speech lives here with Don Stenzel on weekdays 10 till noon. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
I never meant to be so bad to you.
7:02.
One thing I said that I would never do.
Kayal and Company. Sans Nick Kayal. Tony Bruno in for Nick Kayal. Woo! Hello. Mr. Robbins here. Don Stensland's here. I'm here.
Phil's here.
Because where else would we be? Phil, Henry. Everybody's here.
Henry.
Just Kayal.
Do we call him Henry or is it Hank?
Henry.
Henry.
Henry. Hey, Henry.
Henry.
Henry the Eighth.
Henry,
He
He is. Everybody's here but Kayal because he decided that he was going to move his family up here in 95.
I thought he was celebrating Juneteenth. Is that an official Odyssey, a holiday, company holiday?
It
now?
is. Absolutely it is.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, so Nick flew out and then is driving back?
Yes. Yeah.
With the whole
box
moving
truck.
van. Oh, man.
Oof.
They don't have.
Yeah, oof is right.
But they're automatic nowadays, right? It's not a stick shift.
Yeah, but it's still when you're driving something that big, and the winds and heat
And the heat. I mean, you better he better be hydrated.
Yeah, hydrate. Always hydrate. I gotta love the fact though he's using his vacation days to move his family up here. That's commitment. That is commitment.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Why didn't he wait for the weekend?
Well, because he has to. According to him, he has to he's packing up their house. You know what I mean? Like their house in Nashville, driving it back up here, putting it in storage until they move into their new place in mid-July.
Wow.
And I guess
I know how that feels.
We know that feeling.
What were you saying, Don?
I think Kristen and the girls will be in the car, following Nick.
Right.
No,
by himself in the truck. Who's with him?
His
mother-in-law.
His daughters are flying up there with the mother-in-law, and his
Oh.
wife is following Nick in their car with the dog. So it's a whole thing.
So I want So here's the thing. I want Kristen on the phone because she's calling Nick. You're riding too close to the side of the road.
He's driving. He's checking Twitter.
He's
I did that once when we were driving from Philly to Atlanta for the Super Bowl. We had walkie-talkies.
I love that.
And so we had our buddy from New Jersey over there.
We actually
great Jack in the back, Jack O'Donnell.
Yeah.
We had a convoy going. I was doing my breaker 19. Jack,
we had 3 cars.
We got a Smoky up ahead there on keep your shiny side up and the oil side down.
Yeah, we had 3 cars, and finally we told Ruth, his girlfriend who was driving with him, that she had to take the walkie-talkie away from Jack because he was talking too much.
Exactly. So Jack, I know you just told me 5 minutes ago. I know where we are. We're on 95. The 95. Just keep driving, Jack. We'll get down there.
Yeah. All right, you got some news, Dawn Stensland?
We do. We, in the news, sponsored this morning, we are sponsored by Bounce Back Physical Therapy on this hot day. Many heat advisories. We'll talk about the heat, but we're still in the 70s at this hour, 72 degrees in the city of Philadelphia this morning.
That's cold.
Yeah, for you in South Florida.
What's the temperature here right now, Robin?
Oh, stop.
No, I'm going to look on my phone. What is it outside? What does it say?
It is now 89 degrees.
It's 89 degrees at 7:05, and the humidity is 87%.
Oh my God!
Spare me the BS, as someone once said.
Yeah, but you got the beach right there. You know
no,
what I mean?
don't.
It's a little different.
Close enough.
You got a lake.
We have water right behind our house, our condo.
There's gators.
I know. Got some gators.
No gators here.
Yeah.
Manatees,
gators.
baby. Manatees.
Manatees, that's right.
Mermaids. We have Mayor Sherrell Parker, Philadelphia Mayor Sherrell Parker, signing multiple bills into law yesterday. And this includes legislation that surely will be challenged, but this is to ban all firearm bump stocks. Obviously, bump stocks have been in the news a whole lot lately because the Supreme Court recently had that ruling where they made them legal again. So they're adding speed cameras throughout the city of Philadelphia. Broad Street is number one, where they're looking at where along Broad Street they're going to put more of the speed cameras, much like the boulevard, and then providing new requirements for those eviction officers because you're allowed to do the evictions again during the pandemic. Remember, everything was shut down. So remember, we've had a couple times when the eviction officers shot somebody in the course of an argument back and forth. One lady was killed. So at this point, City Council trying to do some new training of the new rules for the eviction officers. So we got that going on. Just a heads up, we do have this a developing story that we're following this morning. I don't usually talk about traffic. This one is particularly bad, this overturned tractor trailer crash, eastbound PA Turnpike.
Yep.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's right past like the Ben Salem exit or right before it or something up there. So.
Yeah, so it's from the Willow Grove exit, which is 343, to the Ben Salem exit.
Yep.
Greg's talking about 351. So all traffic must exit right now, must exit at 343. So at one point they had, at one point they had 2 lanes open. Then I know they, because they're trying to clear it, but it's an accident scene investigation, all of that. So be alert for slow or stop traffic. It's a mess. Sorry.
Is this traffic and weather on the 7s with Dawn?
No, it's not. I never do traffic, but this is a particularly.
No, that's huge.
One.
That's huge.
No, it should. You should actually. It's important.
So Philadelphia police investigating this man shot Southwest Philadelphia. That's the headline. I don't have a lot of details on that one. I talked earlier this morning about Philadelphia police trying to ID a 30-year-old guy they pulled from the water, Schuylkill River. This is 2400 block of Walnut Street. That one's an active investigation. We're waiting for that autopsy report. And we have so much going on in and around the city. I will mention to you, this is the federal holiday of Juneteenth since 2021. So in Philadelphia, obviously, all the city offices, everything's shut down. I'm not seeing that our cooling centers, rec centers, it appears right now they're all open. So I'm not seeing that they're closed, by the way. I'm checking it, and number one, Acme is open. I got a kick out of that. Like everywhere I looked, Acme is open, Juneteenth. But and you won't get any mail today either. So no mail service. Obviously, it's a federal holiday, and nobody's at City Hall, I'm seeing. But it looks like the rec centers that are open, the pools that are open, it looks like they remain open. You had asked about the libraries. I don't see that they're shut down. So I'm trying to triple check on that.
They're shut down in New York. I know
we should
that.
ask listeners if they happen to be driving by one of those locations. Let us know if it's either open or closed.
Yeah. I'll get my boys to drive by there.
Just go down the lakes and jump in the water down there. It's really nice. Get yourself some crappie out there. Go catch some fish.
I think the Wissahickon right now is the place to go because you got all the tree cover. Seriously, if you don't have AC in Philadelphia, go to the Wissahickon.
Mm-hmm. Guys, it's 90. It's gonna be 93 degrees today. Let's not make it sound like it's 130. You know what I mean?
We have. It was Ed Rendell that said this. We have become a nation of wusses.
Yep.
Remember?
Yep.
He said that. Mm-hmm. And Ed Rendell's the liberal Democrat. And when Ed Rendell was and this was 10 years ago, or at least, when he's calling out the wimpification and the wussification of Philadelphia and America, how much more weak have we become?
Yep.
How much wimpier have we become? If there's a quarter inch of snow in the forecast, people go crazy. Now it's 90 degrees and everybody's panicking. It's freaking June.
Here's the crazy thing.
It's the first day of summer tomorrow.
Prior to air conditioning, people lived through these temperatures without air conditioning.
I lived without air conditioning growing up in South Philly. We didn't have air conditioning.
Yeah, because you're old. So that
because I'm old, because we were poor. Poor people didn't have air conditioning. And then my mom had plastic slip covers. And I used to have to issue the plastic slipcover alert because when you have the combination of high heat and humidity and you live in a South Philly row home and it's 90 degrees out and you sit down on that beautiful couch with the plastic slipcovers, you talk about burning. And there were so many people taken to the St. Agnes emergency ward.
It becomes slip and slides.
You get stuck on the stinking – anybody who has – plastic slip covers on their stuff. And in Philadelphia, that was most of the people back in the day. Did you ever sit on a plastic slip cover in the summertime?
Oh, God.
It's sweat. It is a slip and slide, Miss Robin. You're right.
Yes.
No, I wish it slipped and slide. You got stuck on there. They had to get a spatula. They had to get Chuck Schumer with his spatula and his raw meat to come in there and get you off the couch and then put a piece of American cheese on top of you,
had
which
to
isn't
have
even real cheese.
A can of Pam just to put on there first so that you wouldn't stick.
Oh, man.
Well, on this hot day, 93 degrees, 96 tomorrow. We're up to the mid-90s all weekend long. So we really peak Friday. Saturday's going to be lovely standing in line at the Leocoris Center, Temple University, which I did look that up. Temple had to release a statement because of what you were saying earlier, Tony Bruno, about all the pressure on Temple. How could they rent that out to the GOP for the Trump rally? However, they did release a statement and said, hey, during an election year, we have a third-party situation where we rent this out to third parties and we don't discriminate. We're a public facility, so we don't discriminate. We rent out to these third parties. So they're doubling down on their decision. Yeah,
exactly. Anybody trying to shame Temple, I know a couple of local Philly woke media people who are saying that they should not. How can you allow this man into Temple University? Meanwhile, these people were at the Penn State, where the guy who was the showering with young kids is now looking to be released from prison.
Sandusky is?
Yeah, Sandusky
Again?
now wants to get out again. And the Penn State honks are out there criticizing Temple? Give me a break.
Ouch. We have the forecast for you, as we do have all of these heat advisories going into effect on a serious note. So in Philadelphia, we are under code red. In Philadelphia.
Code red?
Code red.
It was code orange the other day, wasn't it?
We're code red. Well, I think the orange is the air quality.
Air quality, yes.
Okay.
So we have
orange air bad.
Yeah.
And orange hair is bad too. I mean, let's be honest.
Oh my God.
We are sponsored by Bounce Back Physical Therapy.
Yeah.
Pain has met its match. Relief covered by insurance at Bounce Back Physical Therapy, Wayne, Pennsylvania. Their team of licensed physical therapists specializing in treating sports injuries to get you feeling better in as few as 3 visits. Just visit bouncebackpt.com. Book an appointment today. Bounce Back Physical Therapy. Thank you for sponsoring our news this morning.
We should probably take a really quick break, come back, and do more. We have the cut sheet coming up in about a half hour.
Oh, I love the cut sheet. I got up, you know what time I woke up today?
What time?
That's whenever I do this show, I just can't sleep. I went to sleep at midnight, and at 3:15.
Oh, my God.
Full hour and 15 minutes before I set the alarm to go off, I was up and already making the coffee.
Wow.
Jacked up.
Nice.
Already on social media at Tony Bruno's show. Back up and in full operation, ladies and gentlemen.
Ready to go. We're just getting warmed up here. It is 7:15.
Yeah.
Stay there.
Hey, it's Nick. I visited my friends at Piazza Acura of Westchester and drove the Road and Track Performance Car of the Year, the 2024 Acura Integra. I owned an Acura for 10 years, and the new Integra is by far the most striking Acura I have seen. Well equipped with advanced safety and tech features like wireless Apple CarPlay, high-performance adaptive damper system, Wi-Fi, hotspot capability, and 16-speaker premium audio system. Visit PiazzaAcura.com or test drive the new Integra at Piazza Acura in Westchester, Ardmore, or Reading. Tell them Nick sent you.
Borgata's Dash for Cash giveaway is here. This May and June, you could win a share of $1.3 million in prizes, including 2 new Cadillac Lyric SUVs or one of 4 new Voyager golf carts. Play to earn entries for 2 grand prize drawings held Saturday, May 25th and June 29th. The Dash for Cash giveaway, only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. For details, visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head and just over $30,000. That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. Optima Tax Relief. They're the best in the business.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
Have you questioned your doctor about symptoms like low energy, digestive issues, brain fog, joint pain, just not feeling right, just something is off, and you're only left settling for unanswered questions, or worse, being told it's just because you're getting older? You don't have to settle for unanswered questions any longer. With Younger Me MD's exclusive VIP membership program, aging doesn't have to make you feel older. Their proven 3-step process and functional medicine approach helps you discover the underlying causes of your issues. As a member, you get access to high-level personalized treatment plans, as well as discounts on treatments and supplements. If you're ready to live the life you deserve, it's time to learn about Younger Me MD's VIP membership program. Call 445-266-4024. 445-266-4024. That's 445-266-4024. And schedule your consultation with Younger Me, MD.
Hey, folks, we all have those nagging home repairs that sit forever on our to-do list. Well, today's the day to get those jobs done. Call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No home fix-up is too big or too small for PJ Fitzpatrick. Leaking roofs, missing siding, overflowing gutters, rotting trim? Fix it all now before the little leaks become big problems. The home repair professionals at PJ Fitzpatrick have the knowledge and expertise to fix your home right the first time. So visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. June is Men's Health Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. Life is busy. It can be hard to focus on your health. Thankfully, Rescue Men's Health Supplements have the vitamins, minerals, and nutrients that provide men with what they need. Rescue supplements can help boost testosterone, promote a healthy prostate, as well as support energy and vitality for an active life. And for the month of June, when you buy one of their Men's Health single bottles, you'll receive a second totally free. Just use the code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one offer. To order, call a Rescue Product Consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Discover the amazing benefits of Rescue Natural Male, Prime RX, Super Prostate, and more. Again, use that code STRENGTH for the buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Men's Health products. Shop res-q.com and do it today.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
7:21. You ready to dance, Tony Bruno?
Yeah.
Kayal and Company, Sans Kayal. We got Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, don't stand.
I'm here.
Myself. All in attendance.
Present.
What's the temperature now? I need, what's it up to now? I mean, I want to make sure.
74.
74 degrees. I don't know how we're going to get out.
How are we going to do it? Code blue, code red.
The humidity is now 91%, but the temperature we have to report it was a cheap fake earlier when we said it was already in the 80s. It's only 78 here at 722. The UV index is low.
Wow.
The humidity, though, 91%, and it's going up into the 90s for the 72nd consecutive day.
The whole heat thing is such a matter of perspective, though. Like, I lived in Arizona for 7 years, and natives in Arizona, you don't really get concerned about the heat until it gets over 110.
Yeah, and it's dry heat.
And before that, you're not really worried about it because you know it's coming every single year. Once it gets over 110, 115, those are when they're like, oh, it's really hot.
Yeah.
You know what the high temperature was and where it was yesterday? This is traffic and weather as well. No traffic involved.
On the tubes.
The highest temperature yesterday was 105 degrees in Thermal, California. Well, shouldn't it be 105 degrees in Thermal?
Yeah.
By the way, in Roswell, New Mexico, it was 105 also. It was so hot that the space and illegal aliens all left and got the hell out of there. See, I'm writing a little comedy here.
Yeah, I see that.
3:15 in the morning. You
Good.
like that one?
I like that. It's good.
Yeah.
Writing comedy.
How long did you work on that?
30 seconds, Robin. This isn't the Tonight Show where they have 16 writers and Jimmy Kimmel who has 20 of them and none of their jokes are funny. Yeah. I'm not a comedian.
Can you imagine if any of those late night hosts had to do a 4-hour radio show where they had to just
Jimmy Kimmel did radio in L.A.
He did, but he was,
it was a morning zoo show.
Yes,
they would have chicks come in and get naked and stuff, and all the other stuff that all these morning zoos did.
Nice.
It was funny. I remember when Pat O'Brien from Entertainment Tonight.
Yeah, absolutely.
He came and filled in for Tony, and he would do like little hits every now and then with Tony for a long time. And when he was looking for another job, he was trying to get the job, which he eventually did, but he filled in for Tony, and he wrote Tony afterwards saying, "Oh my God, how do you talk for that long? Oh, this is the hardest job I've ever had."
It absolutely is. By the way, Pat O'Brien, I assume you guys are friends or were friends.
Yep.
I will always remember him from those voicemails that he left.
Well, I mean, that didn't help. That was at the end of this. That really started the downhill trend, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Just go into the bathroom and leave me a voicemail. That's my favorite one. You are so hot.
You're so hot.
Pat had, and by the way, Pat O'Brien was one of the best sideline reporters ever in the NBA back in the day with John Tesh, and he would be the sideline reporter. It was great. By the way, a note on Willie Mays. This is why people can consider him the greatest player in baseball history. He's the only player in baseball history to have a 300-plus batting average, 300 stolen bases, 300 home runs, and 3,000 hits.
Wow.
I mean, you have to, when you do Mount Rushmores, he may be, not even arguably, he may be the best player in baseball history all around. He did, but now we're talking about 5-tool players, and he could do anything on the baseball. When he was 50 years old, he played in an old timers game and was making unbelievable catches in the outfield.
I mean, think about that pretty much everybody's records have been broken, that the records that have been held except for his.
Yep.
That's amazing.
I know. Yep. In this day and age, right?
So true.
Exactly.
I heard Kyle Schwarber, among other, obviously we are seeing some beautiful tributes to Willie Mays with the news that he has gone to heaven at the age of 93. But Kyle Schwarber saying what an honor it was to meet him. And that's the cool thing. You see all these players of all different ages, of all different backgrounds, and they were so empowered and inspired by somebody like Willie Mays. It's really, to me, it's a beautiful thing.
Great videos I'm seeing now are Willie Mays playing stickball, black and white footage of Willie Mays in the streets of New York City with a broomstick right in the middle of the street.
Nice.
And dazzling the people, man. That's awesome. I used to do that when we played half ball because, you couldn't play in the streets in South Philly, so you play half ball and hit it up against the wall. If you had a 3-story house, you hit it over the first you You hit it off the first floor.
Yeah.
You catch it off the wall. It's an out. You know how we played stickball.
Sure.
You had a 2-story house.
Tony tried explaining me the half ball rules.
You cut it because
Very
you don't want to hit the ball
complicated.
too far because cut it in half. And now they sell them pre-cut if you're a half ball fan.
Wait.
They still play half ball in the streets in the city.
So you actually cut the ball in half?
Yeah, you would buy the ball, the pimple balls they were called.
Sure.
You know, because they had the little
divots on it.
not divots, the little mountains, what do we call it?
Little bumps.
And now there's a company that makes them already cut in half. But you would buy it, you get a razor blade, and then you carefully cut it in half. And if you didn't cut it right, you could split that thing with just one swing of the bat. And then and I would go up on the roof and get all the balls in the neighborhood. That because I lived in this 2-story house, so I had a ladder. I'd go up there.
You were a good climber.
And I would give it back to the people. You know, I'm a man of the people.
You are. I've heard that about you. Man of the people.
Thank you very
Tony
much.
Bruno.
Well, and you've also heard, I mean, everybody's heard that Tony was a good climber. He climbed that tree.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right outside the old studios at WPHT.
With a chainsaw. I'm trying to picture you climbing a tree with a chainsaw,
to trim the trees because it was blocking our view of the city. And that's what I did.
Crazy.
Whatever it took to make the people happy or to give people access to what they needed in the city of Philadelphia and beyond, that's what I was there.
Where was WIP located then?
It was down off right now where the electric factory used to be there.
Oh,
it was
sure.
up off 6th and right off of Spring Garden.
Wow.
It was in a warehouse. I mean, it's moved around more than J-Lo with husbands, with ex-husbands.
WIP used to be on Spring Garden Street?
It was in a building right off, on the second floor of this building off of Spring Garden. It was like on 3rd and Spring Garden.
I don't know why you're looking at me. I wouldn't know.
Yeah, it was there. It's moved all over the place.
Yeah. So have we.
I know.
We've been many places, right?
I've been everywhere, man. Anyway. I feel like Joe Biden. By the way, to play the Joe Biden, we got the cut sheet coming up too,
Yeah,
right?
15 minutes.
I hope you have the cut sheet of yesterday when Joe Biden was announcing the amnesty. And I don't know if it's a cheap fake, but I know this. Joe Biden does not even know the name of his DHS secretary. Well, yeah, we have to play. We'll play that. That's in the cut sheet, right?
Actually, I can play it for you right now.
Yeah, let's do this because all the White House was going crazy the other day, blaming the right-wing media for posting all of these cheap fakes, which are not really what happened, and they were highly edited. Meanwhile, this is the same White House that was posting videos of Biden that were 13 seconds long that contained 7 edits in a 13-second comment. Remember those?
Yep.
7 edits in a 13-second statement, but they're worried about the media not showing the full context. But the president yesterday, as he was announcing before he went back into the deep freeze, at least he's going to be staying cool for the next week in Wilmington, in Rehoboth. I got up and announced the amnesty plan and then somehow glitched when he was trying to introduce and name the guy who opened the borders at his command.
Thanks to all the members of Congress and Homeland Security Secretary. I'm not sure I'm going to introduce you.
What the hell was that?
Okay, I listened to that. I listened to that like 5 or 6 times with my eyes closed, and I finally figured out what he's trying to say. He's like, I'm not gonna. And then he says, I'm not gonna go into introducing you. Like he says something like that.
Can we play that one more time?
Of course.
This is not edited. This is not a cheap fake, not a deep fake.
No.
This is
Not
the
a field
president
fake.
of the United States.
Close your eyes though and listen to
Unless you're driving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you're driving, don't do that.
Unless you're driving, don't close your eyes.
Do not close your eyes if you're driving.
All right, one more time.
Thanks to all the members of Congress and Homeland Security.
Homeless security.
Secretary. I'm not sure I'm going to introduce you all the way.
What? I'm not going to introduce you all the way.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I'm not going to introduce you all the. I'm not going to introduce you all the way.
Wow.
You know that song, Surfing Bird?
Yeah.
Remember where they go,
Now, just to set the scene so you can picture it.
Yeah.
He had taken the podium.
Yep.
This is the White House's East Room. He's going to make this huge announcement about his executive action, giving illegal immigrants living in the U.S. who are married to somebody who is a legal resident a pathway to citizenship. It's a big celebration there. People behind him, and they've staged it. And then he said, introduced himself. I'm Jill Biden's husband. That's when he goes into that moment.
Thanks to all the members of Congress and Homeland Security Secretary. I'm not sure you're going to do so.
So it was Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas, who's right there.
Yeah.
And can't think of his name.
I'm not.
Listen, I've had brain freeze. We've all had brain freezes before. But we're not the most powerful person on earth, okay? I'm not running the free world. I can't even run my house, my condo.
I've heard that.
No, I could do that.
Let's actually play some of what Dawn was just saying. This is a little cut sheet hors d'oeuvre, Tony Bruno.
Oh, I like it. Just a little taste. It's something that it's like the aperitif.
Yes,
the
exactly.
aperitif.
It's an appetizer.
Yeah. This is cut 11, Phil, if you will. This is just a little bit about his executive action for amnesty on the border. This is cut 11, Phil. Go.
Let me close with this. I refuse to believe that to secure our border, we have to walk away from being in America. For that's generations have been renewed, revitalized, and refreshed by the talent, the skill, the hard work, the courage, and determination of immigrants coming to our country. Look, the Statue of Liberty is not some relic of American history. It still stands for who we are. But I also refuse to believe that for us to continue to be America that embraces immigration, we have to give up securing our border. They're false choices. We can both secure the border and provide legal pathways to citizenship.
There you go.
Yeah, we can do that. We've done such a great job doing that, too. Yes.
By the way, Phil, I apologize for that. That was the wrong video that I played, that I sent you, but it's all good anyway. So, yeah, actually, let me play the correct one here, if you will. Start cut 11 over, Phil, if you will. Go.
For those wives or husbands and their children who have lived in America for a decade or more but are undocumented, this action will allow them to file the paperwork for legal status in the United States, allow them to work while they remain with their families in the United States. Let's be clear, this action still requires undocumented spouses to file all required legal paperwork to remain in the United States. It requires them to pass a criminal background checks, and it doesn't apply to anyone trying to come here today. It only applies, this action is a better way. It doesn't tear families apart while requiring every undocumented spouse to fulfill their obligations under the law. Look, the actions I'm announcing today will go into effect later this summer. And by the way, just as was true for the protection of dreamers, the steps I'm taking today are overwhelmingly supported by the American people, no matter what the other team says. In fact, polls show over 70% of Americans support this effort to keep families together.
There you go.
Great.
I mean,
It's like the guy that goes out the door. It's like he's basically the lame duck, making sure this stuff all gets pushed in now, just in case he loses.
But honestly,
Isn't that what
who
you
has
do
a
when
problem if somebody's here legally and they bring their wife over? Is there really a problem with them being legal as well? I don't think Trump or anybody else has a problem with those people. They have a problem with all the single men mostly that are coming over across the border.
Yes,
without
China,
China.
And they're coming across the southern border from China and the Middle East.
Here's the thing, though. I'm going to say, first of all, who's going to check? Because I have actually one of my kids' doctors. His wife. It took her years because I think she's from Poland. I mean, it took her years and years and paperwork. And Christine Flowers, you know Christine Flowers. She's an immigration attorney. I mean, she's in court. So here's my question. He's saying this goes in later this summer. So who checks the background? Who does that checking? How do you prove that you've been married 10 years? How do you prove that?
Exactly.
What's the proof? Because nowadays, well, what is marriage? Well, what if to me, first and foremost, even if somebody is legit, let's say they've been married for 10 years and they've been trying to do everything legally, what have you. Doesn't it makes these people jump through hoops now, again, using them as pawns. To me, this is so ridiculous that he's doing this. And my question is his goal to allow these 500,000 individuals, will these 500,000 be legal citizens by November 5th? Will they be able
they'll
to
be
vote?
eligible to vote immediately
Boom.
as soon as they sign the
See?
paperwork.
And that's what he wants. It's not.
No doubt about it. No, that's what this is all
100%.
about. And the thing that's the most troubling to me, as a great American city, the son of immigrants, is that the people who do it right, they're the ones who are being mocked.
Yes.
They're the ones who should be the most outraged. And you're right, Dawn. How many people have waited years and years and years and years, and then are happy when they finally become American citizens?
My stepfather was,
Exactly.
when he married my mother, he had a green card, but it took him years to be able to, the hoops and the money and everything that he had to jump through to finally become an American citizen was, now he has dual citizenship, but it was not easy. Now, I think that the immigration laws should have been changed a long time ago, and they need to be updated, and they need to make it easier legally to come through.
But the nonsense about if they had passed this bill, it wouldn't have done anything. These people have already been in the country.
Right.
They're still coming over after the executive order. And there's still people coming in from all over the world. And they're not walking. How are people getting in from China and all the stand countries? How many stands are there?
Who is it? Is it Bill Malugin who's down? Who was down at the border?
Best border
He has
reporter
done
in the
such
world.
an amazing job, and it's amazing how when he asks questions that they answer him honestly about where they're from, how they got here, what they're doing. I mean, and
they all credit Biden for letting them in.
Yep.
And that's what Biden's doing. He's replacing the very people who are still standing up there and saying that Biden's the guy that are being pushed away as Biden brings in new replacements for the people that he's pandered to for decades.
That's right.
And then these people are the ones, the black community, the Hispanic community that's been here living in big cities like Philly and all over the country, who are now being replaced by a new group of loyal voters because they were allowed into the country to just walk right on in and then meld in, and nobody knows who they are, where they're from, whether they're legal or not legal. And how does anybody with common sense not see through that or think that that's not good for the country?
Well, not only that, but they've actually gone down to like Venezuela and other places where they've shown that they are emptying out their jails and sending them up here because they don't want to have to pay for the upkeep of keeping their criminals. So they're actually giving them money. It's cheaper for them to empty their jails out, give somebody money to cross our border so that we now have to deal with them.
Yep.
Exactly. And this isn't anti-immigrant. That's the problem. People conflate immigrant with illegal immigrants.
Yep.
As of mid-May,
this is a country made of immigrants. Nobody's anti-immigrant.
As of mid-May, Venezuela's crime rate has dropped by more than 25%.
Because they're all here.
Exactly.
Because they're coming here.
By the way, we will have the video of Bill Malugin at the border in Jucumba, California, with all of these women and children. No, it's not women and children. We'll have that coming up in the cut sheet, coming up in 5 minutes. But first, Dawn Stensland, it's hot outside. Can you talk to us about Anderson Mechanical?
Yeah, because how is your HVAC doing, right? You got to check in with my good friends at Anderson Mechanical Corporation. If you've been waiting for the hot weather to arrive, I hope you haven't, but you really need to make sure that your AC is tuned up, and there's still time to have it serviced by my friends at Anderson Mechanical Corporation. Just great guys, wealth of experience, a dedication to their field, such professionals who take such great pride in their work. One of the testament, by the way, military guys, they believe in hiring veterans, and many of them have served our nation. I think also a testament to the quality of their company. That same great crew you see, they've been working together for years, and that shows you what pride they take in their work. Here's the thing, they do not earn commission, and that's something you should always ask within any service industry. If you're getting something serviced in your home, do you earn commission? At AMC, they do not. They are not commissioned salespeople. They are technicians. They are there trained to fix or replace the appropriate system for your home. They're going to keep to schedule and show full respect. Call now. If you're listening right now, you're going to get 15% off maintenance and 1 year of free maintenance with a replacement system. Do this, 15% off maintenance. So call them today. Schedule the tune-up, 15% off, amcontheweb.com, amcontheweb.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Did you know you can stream Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app? Just download the free Odyssey app and search for Fox News Radio to hear the voices you trust. Brian Kilmeade.
Why are we so scared of Iran thinking that we're at war with them?
Guy Benson.
Get the bleep out of here. It's disgusting.
Jimmy Fallon.
Then this administration rolled into town with a checkbook.
Are all on the free Odyssey app. From the news and talk to keep you informed and up to date during election season. Listen to Fox News Radio on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Ad paid for by AG Marketing Group. Attention timeshare owners. If you need to get rid of your timeshare for any reason, please listen to the following message. Getting out of a timeshare commitment is not easy, and it takes time. But we specialize in helping consumers legally get rid of their expensive timeshares forever. Can't get the vacation dates that work for you? Maybe you felt taken advantage of or forced into the timeshare? Maybe you just can't continue to shoulder those monthly payments any longer. If you need to eliminate your timeshare commitment, then you need to take down this number, 800-866-7061. We will safely and legally get rid of your timeshare payments forever, all with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Don't continue to let your timeshare be a financial burden to you and your loved ones. Call us now at 800-866-7061. The call is free, the consultation is free. Call 800-866-7061. That's 800-866-7061. Again, 800-866-7061.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the best time of the year for being outdoors, but not if your knees, shoulders, back, or hips are hurting you. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Don't suffer any longer. Non-surgical joint pain relief is here at QC Kinetics. Call my friends at QC Kinetics today. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. QC Kinetics advanced treatments harness your body's own ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. So, you can walk, run, hike, play golf, move again, play frisbee on the beach, pain-free. Under the leadership of former orthopedic surgeon Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a true pioneer in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics has enabled tens of thousands of patients to reclaim their mobility. Call now. QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Get a free consultation. 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Crash-proof consumers like Donna McMacken know that the double-digit interest credited to their accounts is protected and available to access without penalty.
With Crash Proof Retirement, I know that my money is totally safe. I stand to gain and brought in 11%. That was interest credited to my account. And I have the opportunity with Crash Proof for that to continue to compound. Even with taking my required distributions, I could withdraw crash-proof income. There are no fees charged. Even though I've been retired a number of years and I'm not making a salary, I have my investments with crash-proof, and that's making me money while I enjoy my retirement.
Only Crash-Proof Retirement can guarantee peace of mind in a legally binding, recorded financial meeting. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club, July 23rd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
A Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
$7:47. Kayal and Company, Sans Nick Kayal. We got Tony Bruno. We got Dawn Stensland. We got Miss Robin.
Yep.
We're all here, and it is time for the most anticipated segment in radio.
Well, I gotta squeeze off a couple bubbles here, man. This is fun. With my little bubble machine, my little bubble unicorn mermaid.
Tony's so excited.
The Delaware Valley is ready for another edition. What's today? What is today?
Juneteenth. June 19th.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesdays? Brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith Yost and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Thank you, Cherry Hill Volvo, for sponsoring the highly acclaimed Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Okay, we just talked about this. Get on over to YouTube if you have not seen this video, because it is it's visual. So we were talking about the border, what's happening at the border, what's not happening at the border, meaning enforcement. Oh, by the way, Tony, my video's on delay, so I just saw your bubble machine.
Okay.
That's amazing.
By the way, the T-shirt, people who haven't seen it, what does your T-shirt say? 'Cause I got to get one of those. It says, "Welcome to Krasnerland."
Welcome to Krasnerland. Phil, if you can do a little zoom in on the shirt here, you can get that at the 1210 WPHT merch store. Just go to 1210 WPHT. It's right there. I think they have them available in sweatshirts as well, black sweatshirts.
Nice.
So if you want to do that, it's all there. 1210 WPHT. All the swag is there.
And the Crumb Bum shirts are on the TonyBrunoShow.com website, too.
Nice.
Yes. Crumb Bum.
Crumb Bums. All right, so who is actually coming across the border? We hear all of this talk about how it's women, babies. It's like Dawn Stensland coming across the border with 2 infants in her.
Yes.
Next to her bosoms.
Yes.
Yes.
Wearing a babushka.
Yeah, Don and I.
Yeah.
Looking very forlorn.
Yes.
Dragging our 4 or 5 children along with us. That's what's
Breastfeeding our
coming up.
babies.
Yes.
Chest feeding. Come on.
Yeah.
Who's actually coming across the border? Thank you to Fox News' Bill Malugin for showing us. Phil, if you will run cut 20 there, my friend, I would appreciate it. There you go. It looks like these all look like Chinese nationals. Men. There's a woman there, but mostly men. Fighting age? Would you say that? Would you say that, Tony Bruno?
Yeah, but they're not coming here to fight. They're coming here to make love, not war. Yeah.
Now here is where I think all these Asian men are going. These Chinese men.
Yeah.
They're going to work in the farms that China has purchased to just happen to be located next to our largest military bases.
Yep.
Where China
There's
has
some women and children there too.
China has purchased all the land surrounding it because somehow or another the United States is allowing Chinese nationals to purchase our land.
Yep.
Not Sarah Huckabee Sanders, governor of Arkansas, is not allowing that. She put the kibosh on that.
Good.
And now there was all kinds of stories in California by legitimate media, like the LA Times and stuff, which you don't think of as legitimate media anymore. But they're talking about Gavin Newsom is involved with relations with China to help them acquire this farmland in California.
Yep.
When a lot of states, as you mentioned, Dawn, like Arkansas, are saying, no, we don't want you buying up our land and coming here, to send food to China.
Well, it's not. I think that that's part of the thing that they're doing, but I think that the biggest reason that they're doing it is that then they can hide people. They can have all these people come over that are military age. Who knows what is going on that farmland? Are they really only growing food, or are they doing something else there? We don't know.
Phil, can you run back that cut 20 again? Just the video. I just want for the people just tuning in on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Yeah, there are a couple women there, but it's mostly fighting age.
Correct.
Males.
Correct.
But how do you pack up a family? Even the people that have like a wife and 2 kids.
Yeah.
How do you pack them up and get to California, to San Diego from China? That's a slow boat to China, but I don't know. How do you do it?
Yeah, No Lib says we need to close the borders for 10 years. I agree. You know what I mean? When there's a leak, and I hate to say that because it's going to sound harsh,
xenophobic, homophobic.
But when there's a leak in a dam, you plug it up and you try and fix it. You know what I mean? And we just don't.
I learned that from Robin and all the Dutch.
Yeah.
They put their fingers in the dike and it stops. You know what I mean?
That's exactly how it works.
I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that. Meanwhile, from the squad, Representative Jayapal was on MSNBC last night talking about Biden's new policy shielding undocumented spouses of U.S. citizens from deportation. And she says, I think this was on the Reed Report or whatever that show is. She says, no, this wasn't. She says that this is the biggest thing since DACA. This is cut 19. Philip, go.
Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal of Washington State. She is a ranking member of the House Judiciary Subcommittee on Immigration Integrity, Security, and Enforcement, and she was at the White House today for the announcement. Congresswoman, it is good to see you. It has been too long. This is huge.
Huge.
Talk about how President Biden got from that previous executive order, which a lot of immigration advocacy groups denounced, to this.
Yes, well, it is huge. It is the biggest thing that we have seen since DACA in terms of protections for people. 500,000 people, Joy. And these are folks who are married to U.S. citizens, have been here for at least 10 years, have U.S. citizen children in some cases, not in some cases. And to be able to say to them, President Biden is keeping your family together. He is making sure that you do not have to leave the country and go through some arcane process.
And maybe not be able to get back in.
And not even be able to get back in, which is why most people didn't do it, because they didn't have that guarantee. So, I mean, I think this has been a long road. Obviously, when President Biden first came in, he introduced on day one, within his first 90 days, I should say, a comprehensive humane immigration reform bill. That bill didn't make it anywhere in Congress. And so we've been stuck with this broken immigration system when everybody wants the same thing. We want an orderly system. We want legal pathways for people to be able to come in. We want to preserve asylum so that people from all over the world that are fleeing terrible circumstances can come. But unfortunately, Republicans have kept it out there as an election year issue. And it's taken some time to say to the White House, look, you need to continue to create legal pathways. What's happening at the border is directly related to the fact that we don't have ways for people to be in the United States.
Yeah.
By the way,
you notice, that Joy Reid, to protest Donald Trump coming to the Temple University Leah Corus Center, has actually now burned her Trump wig.
Is she did?
She burned her Trump wig.
And that was expensive.
She's going natural now. She's got the buzz cut, and she's still got the blonde, the dye. And J Powell, does it look like somebody hit her with a frying pan and her face is like smashed in? I'm not condoning violence. I'm just saying her face looks like she was squeezed and it's been like flat.
What was the?
Because people can comment on. I'm not a good-looking man, but I just make observations. That's what people do. Robin watches a TV show, watches somebody the newscast. And she always comments on the anchor, right? Because that's the first thing you see when you see somebody on television, right? You're going to comment on their hair, their makeup, whatever they're wearing, and that's what I notice about Jayapal.
I mean, I'm sure that people are commenting on us right now.
Absolutely.
I'm sure they are, yeah. and my love.
But Robin's got the good bangs going today, though.
I people were commenting on it.
She's banging.
Oh,
bangs. She bangs. She bangs. Where's William
Why,
Hung when
thank
we
you,
need him
darling.
most?
Yes, thank you. I'll just point out that when President Obama, then President Obama, came into office for 2 years, 2 full years, Joe Biden was his Veep. They had the entire Congress. If they really wanted immigration reform, Democrats could have gotten it done right then and there. Had the House, had the Senate, had the White House.
Yep.
Boom.
By the way, Wendy on the YouTube chat asks about Jayapal, and I guess Joy Reid too. Would love to ask her how many she took in.
Yeah,
it's a great point. It's a great point with all of this.
None. The answer is none, zero.
You got to the main line, Tony Bruno. You're familiar with the main line here, and you have all those.
Absolutely, I was regular up there. I mean, they allowed me into the main line many times. Villanova, Devon, Devon Horse Show, Devotee,
gated houses with "Hate has no home here" signs. You gotta love those, right?
Yes, I love those.
Yeah. And the only immigrants they see are the ones that do their lawns for them.
Exactly right.
Mayorkas was on with MSNBC as well yesterday, Alex Wagner's show on Biden.
She's cute, but really, really dumb.
It's not.
I mean, just an observation.
It looks to me like, and I just previewed this at 5 o'clock this morning, so maybe my eyes were a little groggy, but it looks like it was a fill-in host for the, it's that time of year, Tony Bruno. Fill-in hosts.
Not in this house.
Biden's immigration policy affecting 500,000 immigrants. Mayorkas says, "Look, this is all about the family unit. We are we are pro-family in this administration.
That's why we want everybody to abort their kids. We're pro-family, except for people who want to have kids. Then we want you to abort them."
Cut 17, Phil. Go.
Now, one of the people you see there over the president's shoulder, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for being with us on this historic day. Obviously, welcome news for a lot of American families. Walk us through how this policy is going to work.
Alicia, thanks.
By the way, Tony would.
Would, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, come on.
Robin, Dawn, just ignore Tony and I.
Robin said would, too.
I said would, too.
All right, we continue.
Oh, who is this chick? Yeah, she's hot.
We continue. By the way, if you want to see all of these videos that we're playing, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe button while you're here.
Are they importing hot chicks into MSNBC now?
I don't know. I don't know where she came from.
Did they cross the border from Rio or someplace where chicks are really hot?
All right, Phil, we continue here. Go.
Go ahead. Thanks so much for having me. Good evening. This is all about family unity, keeping families together.
Yeah.
A United States citizen spouse whose wife or husband is undocumented and has been in this country for 10 years or more, that undocumented spouse may now have a path to a green card, to lawful permanent resident, without having to do what they once did, which is leave the country and apply for that benefit without any assurance of when precisely they'll be able to return. Now they can apply by staying together with their spouse, their U.S. citizen spouse, and also, so very often, their children, including U.S. citizen children. It's about family unity, a primary goal of our immigration system, a fundamental value of our country. And today, President Biden, in the face of congressional inaction, took the action a leader takes.
There you go. Yeah. Not scripted
by illegally doing another executive order without going through Congress. That's what a president does. Yeah.
And I think
remember, Obama was the guy who penned with my pen and pad, right? A pad and pen. That's how. Don't forget about the Supreme Court saying you can't do it. We're going to do it anyway. And forget about Congress passing laws. Because we don't have to worry about that. We'll do whatever we want.
And once again, this sounds great on paper. It makes sense on paper.
Of course.
But in reality, like Dawn said, how do you prove that somebody was here illegally because they're undocumented? Nobody knows when they actually or how they came over for 10 years. How can you prove that they've been here that long?
And we have all these shortages.
They don't have to.
We have all these shortages right now. So going through the court system, who checks? Who's in charge now? These offices are overburdened. We're hearing that the people who crossed, part of the reason they're doing this is because they were furious. People who were trying to go for this, and then they're looking at people coming across the border who were given a date in 6 years, and they were allowed to wander the country for 6 years anyway. So
and they never would show. A lot of these people won't even show up for the hearings, and then they just meld into the country. You don't know.
Dawn made reference to this case. Actually, Dawn and Tony both made reference to this case earlier this morning. That happened in Maryland, where this woman, Rachel Morin, she was murdered by a illegal El Salvadorian. El Salvadorian. How do you say that? I don't know.
He's an accused killer in his own country, by the way.
Yep. Morin's body was found on August 6th along the Ma and Pa Trail in Bel Air, Maryland, and her car was found in a parking lot. Investigators said Rachel Morin was snatched off the path and dragged into the woods. Her body was found in a culvert. Police said Martinez Hernandez has been living in the U.S. illegally since February of 2003. Investigators said in January of 2023, Hernandez killed the young woman in El Salvador before crossing into the U.S. in February. 1 month later, police said Hernandez brutally attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother during a home invasion in Los Angeles. LAPD is handling that particular invasion. So
now remember, that happened almost a year ago last August, and they just apprehended the guy who they're accusing of committing this heinous crime on a path that she used to run every day.
And who knows
in a
what
good
else
area of Maryland.
In
a good area of Maryland.
Yeah, I mean, he could have. He's been here now for what is it, 20 years?
Yep.
Yeah. So who knows all the other things that he's done? This is when somebody, psychologists say that when somebody finally commits murder, there has been all sorts of other stuff that's led up to it. That's not usually their first thing that they've done.
Yeah, I think, didn't he come in 2023?
Yeah.
When did he come?
Was it
2020?
I thought it was originally 2003.
2022. So this was all during the Biden absolutely tearing up any of the Trump border policies, and now they're basically claiming that if they had passed this bill, none of this would have happened. This bill is a joke. Like, tell me that anything would have. Tell me that passing any kind of legislation at this juncture is going to stop. When Biden signed an executive order to close the border, and it's not closed. Yeah. People are still walking in, as Bill Malugin points out, and other reporters who are now going there, that it's wide open.
Yep.
And to your point, and to Ms. Robbins' point, and you heard that in the news conference when they talked about this, that the authorities were saying, hopefully there are not any other victims. We're hearing from Rachel Morin's family and from other investigators. They are concerned at this point. The latest, as they've been speaking out, is that this illegal guy may actually be a serial killer. So think about how they got him. It was through DNA. So reportedly, because this was a brutal crime, it was a beating, a rape, it was horrible. So now all these municipalities are going through running DNA to check their unsolved cases to see if there's a DNA match.
This is the Maryland County Sheriff. His name is Jeffrey Gaylor. He held back nothing and basically blamed the Biden administration for all of this. This video, by the way, is courtesy of WBLA TV in Baltimore. It's an NBC affiliate. This is cut 6. Phil, go.
Rachel was not his first victim. And it's my understanding
Hang on
that
a second.
this suspect...
Hang on one second. This is my fault. I asked the boys to edit this, and I pulled up the wrong thing. So just give me 1 second so I can pull up the correct thing, because that wasn't phased out, as they say in the business. Phased out, Dawn Stensland.
Yeah, they continue to hold news conferences, the victim's family, authorities, law enforcement, as they're looking at this accused Salvadoran gang member, Victor Antonio Martinez Hernandez, who's 23 years old. He was arrested in the brutal rape and murder of Rachel Morin, who's the mom who she was, an exercise enthusiast, and she was on this hiking trail, loved this particular hiking trail, much like the Wissahickon, or we all have our favorite hiking and running trails. This is Harford County, Maryland.
This is the sheriff. Cut 6, Phil, go.
Rachel was not his first victim. and it's my understanding that this suspect, this monster, fled to the United States illegally after committing the brutal murder of a young woman in El Salvador a month early in January of 2023. Once in our country, and likely emboldened by his anonymity, he brutally attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother during a home invasion in March of 2023 in Los Angeles. And as everyone I believe is aware, that was our first DNA match linking Rachel's case to the Los Angeles case. It has been a fear of mine that once we identified this suspect, the result would be exactly this. And I want to now direct these comments to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and to every member in both chambers of Congress. We are 1,800 miles away here in Harford County. We are 1,800 miles away from the southern border, and the American citizens are not safe because of failed immigration policies. This is the second time in just 2 years that an innocent Harford County woman has lost her life to a criminal in our country illegally. Let me repeat that. 1,800 miles from the southern border, and this is the second woman in our county to be killed by an illegal alien. Suspects, in both cases, they are suspects from El Salvador with ties to criminal gangs. Should not be happening. Victor Hernandez did not come here to make a better life for himself or for his family. He came here to escape the crime he committed in El Salvador. He came here and murdered Rachel, and God willing, no one else. But that should have never been allowed to happen.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Now, they arrested him in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm. He's being extradited today, right? Yeah. It's crazy.
And then you have Jen Psaki saying, "Oh, there's no immigrant crime going on here."
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, look, this is an ongoing. Well, you know, Tony, we've said on the show this. I believe this election in 2024 is going to come down to immigration versus abortion, and whatever side comes out more is going to win.
Well, they're about family. Mayorkas said it's about families.
It's all about families.
Keeping families together, unless you're planning on having a family. I mean, if your family's already here, it's okay.
Yeah.
You can keep them. It's like your doctor. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. If you like your health insurance, you can keep it.
That's unbelievable.
These vaccines, you're not going to get COVID if you take the vaccines. I'm sorry, I'm just doing some of the greatest hits of the last 10 years.
My question on all of this, you know, we're now in June of 2024. If you look up this case of the victim, Rachel Morin, her family has been speaking out, and God bless them for not letting this go. Her mom, her parents, you know, she had 5 kids. And so the fathers of her, I think 2 different fathers of her 5 kids, they've all been speaking out on this. And my question is, last fall, it was late last fall, they got a DNA match on this guy to the case that you referenced with a mom and her 9-year-old in Los Angeles. So my question on this, and I hope to God that it's a cynical question that has no basis, but my question is, did they know? Did at some point somebody know in some municipality that this guy was an illegal guy and they've tried to suppress the story? Because if they had a DNA match last November, how come in June we're just hearing about this June of 2024? Why is this happening all this time later? Is this suppressing the news of this? You know, obviously they were hunting for this guy and caught him in Oklahoma. So Maryland, he was on the East Coast, right? He was in L.A. They catch him in Oklahoma. And so right now, you would think that they would, if this guy were a white guy from Arkansas with a MAGA hat, can you only imagine? They'd be like, serial killer in America, it's a MAGA serial killer. Everybody check your DNA database. This guy, no doubt, has been going around, blah, 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 blah. But because of the narrative here, my fear, honest to God, is that this guy was allowed to remain free because they didn't put out the APB, didn't alert all law enforcement to this. You see what I'm saying?
And there's another story out in California of an illegal who was deported 16 times, was a truck driver, and got involved in this massive accident where people died 16 times in and out of the country.
He didn't even have a license.
No license. He's driving a truck that had all kinds of metal on it. Major accident. People died, and this guy was allowed to stay, was sent out of the country 16 different times and came back in. Explain that. How do we not? We could keep track of people, as you mentioned. A grandmother walking in Utah happened to be at the Capitol on January 6th. But we can't find people who have been deported 16 times and come back into the country?
Speaking of going across the border, there was another report that I was reading that they are now finding that because when illegals come over, they're getting a stipend.
Yep.
They get a $2,200 stipend when they cross over to help them out. Well, now there's a lot of illegals that have figured out that if they keep going across the border and coming back, they can get it multiple times.
You get out of jail and collect $200.
So there
$2,500 actually.
There was one person who said that they'd come back and forth 4 times, so they're getting over $8,000 a month just for crossing the border 4 times. Must be nice.
Kansas AG Chris Kobach is suing Pfizer over the COVID vaccine on the grounds of safety related to pregnant women, heart problems or related issues, lying regarding vaccine efficacy, and colluding to censor questions. Here's a little bit from the AG from Kansas discussing this, making this announcement. This is cut 10. Phil, go.
Pfizer marketed its vaccine as safe for pregnant women. However, in February of 2021, Pfizer possessed reports for 458 pregnant women who received Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine during pregnancy. More than half of the pregnant women reported an adverse event, and more than 10% reported a miscarriage, many within days of the vaccination. Pfizer also possessed information from its own October 2020 study on pregnancy in rats, indicating that its COVID-19 vaccine was likely linked to infertility, loss of litters, and stillborn offspring. Number 2, safety relating to heart conditions like myocarditis. Pfizer consistently denied any evidence of a connection or safety signal between its COVID-19 vaccine and myocarditis or pericarditis. Indeed, on January 18, 2023, when asked whether its vaccine caused strokes or myocarditis, Pfizer chairman and CEO Alan Berla stated, quote, "We've not seen a single signal, although we have distributed billions of doses," end quote. A signal that he was referring to as a safety signal, which refers to a negative consequence. However, as Pfizer knew, the United States government, the United States military, foreign governments, and others had found that Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine caused myocarditis and pericarditis.
There's just a little bit of that. Tony Bruno.
Well, what can you say? I mean, I know they're going to say Chris Kobach is a far-right guy and all this other stuff. You know, and then Fauci's going on all these shows pimping his book when he should be in jail. I mean, this is what happens. The people who have caused the most damage are shameless. They don't care. Fauci's out there pimping a book for $5 million and is still being worshipped by the media after he and his decisions, and he is the science, basically are responsible for the death of millions of people. And they're still prodding this guy out there, you know, to rip Trump all over the place. And I think he can rip Trump all he wants, but he is actually campaigning now for Joe Biden. And I'll tell you what, I mean, Jack Black, to me, you know, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for Pee Wee Herman and then what my buddy out there in Las Vegas. Carrot Top. I will wait for Carrot Top and Pee Wee Herman before I make my decision on whether or not I'm going to vote for Joe Biden.
Love it.
I'm a couple more celebrity endorsements away from changing my vote.
Yeah.
But I totally agree that Pfizer should be able to be sued. I mean, the fact that they negotiated this sweetheart deal with the government that they are somehow exempt from being sued is based on a lie. It was a lie that they were safe. And because they lied, that should be overturned and we should be able to sue them.
Yesterday, the Boeing CEO, David Calhoun, appeared before the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, answering questions about the company's performance and how it's responding to safety concerns amid ongoing scrutiny from regulators and investigations by authorities. We know that there have been whistleblowers. The whistleblowers have died. There's a lot of weird stuff going on regarding Boeing. Josh Hawley questioned the Boeing CEO. I think he kind of stole the show yesterday, discussing. He first talks about his pay, which is like $32 million or something like that. And with the sad shape that Boeing is in, does he really deserve all of these bonuses and everything that he's getting? This is cut 12. Phil, go.
Mr. Calhoun, what is it that you get paid currently?
Senator, that's well disclosed in our proxy documents in each of the years that I've been employed.
Yeah, but what is it?
It's a big number, sir.
Well, let me help you out. It's
number.
$32.8 million this year. Does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
That's a 45% increase over last year. Does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
What is it you get paid to do exactly?
I get paid to run the Boeing company.
Yeah. So just help me understand that. I mean, do you get paid for transparency? Is that one of the metrics for your income?
I think the board counts on me for transparency.
Really? Because you're under investigation for falsifying 787 inspection records. The Boeing's under criminal investigation for the Alaska Airlines flight. You were investigated by DOJ for criminal conspiracy to defraud the FAA. This is all in your tenure. This doesn't sound like a lot of transparency to me. What about safety? Is that a component of your salary?
It sure is, Senator.
You know, have you seen the reports that the subcontractor that you used to make that door piece that fell out of the sky, that when the FAA went and toured the facility, they found one door seal being lubricated with Dawn liquid dish soap and cleaned with a wet cheesecloth, and another was being checked with a hotel room key card.
Wow.
Does that sound like safety to you? Science.
Senator, I think our relationship with that particular supplier has been well documented, reviewed by the FAA, and most certainly us. And I'm very intent on acquiring that company so that none of that ever happens.
You know, the FAA also says that Boeing still has not implemented the recommended steps back from 2019 and 2020 after the MAX crashes. You still have not taken the appropriate safety procedures or implemented what they recommended. I mean, how, if safety is a component of your $33 million compensation package, I mean, how can you possibly qualify for any of this? What about quality? Is quality part of your compensation package?
Senator, I meet with the FAA pretty regularly. They don't hold anything back, and I'm not aware of anything that has been cited with respect to those accidents that we haven't taken action on.
Really?
There you go. Boeing has been under scrutiny for years, and the pressure seems only to be increasing after a series of high-profile safety incidents, beginning with 2 crashes of the 737 MAX jets that left 346 people dead. Those wrecks were ultimately attributed to poorly designed, undisclosed flight control software. The global MAX fleet was grounded for nearly 2 years after the second crash.
And of course, you know, it's great. These hearings are great, and Josh Hawley break this guy over the coals. What's going to happen?
Yep.
Nothing.
Great
the guy goes back to his office and keeps doing what he does.
Yep.
You know, so it's great. This is all showmanship, and at least one guy had the cojones to call him out. But what's going to change? Nothing. The guy's still in charge. They're not going to fire him.
Well,
he's not going to quit.
2 guys had the cojones to
Yeah,
do
2
it, and
people
they're both dead.
killed themselves. By the way, if you want to know how wacky, off topic slightly, climate activists are now attacking Stonehenge. As you know, that's where people go for the equinox, because you know the first day of summer is tomorrow.
They're trying to destroy Stonehenge?
Yeah, so they're throwing orange. I guess they're angry with the Celtics. The climate activists now heading to Stonehenge, ladies and gentlemen, and spraying orange. I don't know what it is, but it's are these people the most idiotically deranged humans on the planet?
Yep.
Who are they winning over with this stuff?
Nobody.
Stonehenge.
Or maybe they're just not Celtics fans. winning the championship.
Well, you know, the Celtics, I jokingly tweeted yesterday because when the Celtics won their 18th championship, I said, hey, Boston Celtics, you've just won your 18th championship. What are you going to do now? We're going to Miami Beach. They don't even want to stay in Boston. Now, they're coming back for the parade on Friday, but the first thing the Boston Celtics players do want to go to South Beach and have fun.
Yeah.
Party.
What does that tell you about how dull Boston has become? It's an outrage.
It is an outrage. Moving on to cut 3 here, Philip. This family was allegedly, I have to say allegedly, kicked out of this craft brew establishment in Los Angeles because the mother complained about a man in the women's bathroom. The restaurant staff, who to her, I'm playing devil's advocate here. She's just doing her job. She says that it's against their policy to disagree with a trans person's identity. So they, of course, caught it on TikTok or on video, and they put it on TikTok because that's what we do these days. This is cut 3, Phil. Go.
Amy, so what are you asking us to do because a grown man was washing his hands next to me, which I have little kids, but we have no rights. Who has the rights?
I've told you exactly where I stand, and I've told you where our company
So
stands.
we have to leave.
Yes.
The trans doesn't have to leave. That was using the women's bathroom. The man doesn't have to leave who made me uncomfortable. What about women's rights? There's no women's rights, only trans rights, right?
I have nothing further to say at this point. I am asking
So why
again.
what?
I will reimburse
Why
everything.
won't they leave? Why don't make them leave instead of us?
I will.
Yeah, I don't get it. So
Why don't
no
you make them
women's
leave?
rights, only trans rights.
I'm saying, why don't you make them leave instead of us?
At this
Yeah.
point in the situation, there was
So whose situation?
You know,
Our situation or their situation?
we're a family here. We
people
pay
were
money.
harassed in the
Hold
restroom and they
on. Where are we at? Angel
Well,
City
she felt
Brewery.
uncomfortable too.
but
I
it was
felt
one
very
harassing
uncomfortable.
situation, and
That-
at this point,
I feel like if I walk into your restroom, you're used to the restroom. I walk in there. How do you
Sir,
want to feel?
we've discussed the same situation. Again, we're not going to come to terms.
So
It's very
Angel
different.
City
How are you
Brewery
gonna
is
feel
only
though?
about
Very
trans
different. We
rights.
believe different things. We do
Angel
very much
City
believe
Brewery
No, but I'm-
protects
I'm
trans
asking-
and
I'm
not
asking-
women.
There you go.
Oh. And they wonder why businesses are closing
Yeah.
every day in California. The Arby's, a famous Arby's in L.A. shut down. It's been there forever, right near the Hollywood sign.
Yeah.
Shutting down.
Unbelievable.
But Gavin Newsom's going to be the nominee, or possibly in a couple of weeks.
Well, just to back up real quick on that video, I believe that was a Latino family. And I think that that's one of the reasons why Trump is getting a large support from Blacks and Latinos who are now realizing that it's not just the immigration issue. It's that Latino families, probably more than any other ethnicity in the United States right now, have very, very close-knit, large families, and they're oftentimes Catholic, and they have issues with all of this free-for-all.
Woke stuff. Is it woke?
Yeah.
Is it still woke?
Woke. It's still woke.
It's still woke. And honestly, I mean, like the fact for at Play 2, Chickies and Pete's, Play 2 up by, they have a bathroom in the Play 2 section where you walk in one door and there are sinks, and then on one side are the women's restrooms, on the other side are the men's restrooms, but all the sinks are shared.
In the middle, yes. So you come out of each place and then you wash your hands.
And honestly, I don't have a problem with that at all. I don't have a problem washing my hands next to a man or trans or anybody else. It's when there are women's only restrooms and you want to have some privacy in the restroom portion of it. That's where there's an issue. And you just don't know. I mean, you don't know, like I used to send my kids to the restroom by themselves when we were in a restaurant.
Yeah.
I would not feel comfortable doing that now.
Yeah. We should take a quick break right now, come back and play some more stuff from the cut sheet. I have the, there's this tight race going on in Virginia. Virginia's 5th district, I believe, against 2 Republicans, Representative Bob Good and Senator John McGuire. One is a member of the Freedom Caucus. The other was endorsed by Trump. There's a tight race going on there that it's still too close to call. We have that analysis, plus a whole lot more. By the way, the 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Budget Blinds. Summer's a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blind, shade, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the business. Thank you, Budget Blinds, for sponsoring the 8 o'clock hour. Dawn Stensland, talk to us about Piazza.
Yes, we got to talk about my friends at Piazza Auto Group, and I love Piazza. Everybody in my family, actually Stacia, my stepdaughter, said, I need a new minivan. I said, go to Piazza. She lives in the Westchester area, so she'll go to that one. But you think about Piazza Auto Group, they're really everywhere. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, and that's the real power with Piazza. Right now with Piazza Auto Group, by the way, explore the most desirable luxury SUVs with the Defender, Discovery, Range Rover models. Just schedule a test drive at Land Rover, Willow Grove, Westchester, Harrisburg, or Wilmington. Find yours today. Piazza Auto Group, we appreciate you. Piazza, PiazzaAutogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this summer with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
Homeowners, improve your family's comfort with a Bradford White water heater and enjoy all the hot water your household needs. All day, every day. With Bradford White, you get more than just a water heater. You get our commitment to quality and reliability that you can trust. How you heat your water matters, so don't compromise when it comes to your home or your hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best because your home deserves it. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find an installation pro near you.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-505-1608. 800-505-1608. 800-505-1608.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
This is the best time of the year for being outdoors, but not if your knees, shoulders, back, or hips are hurting you. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Don't suffer any longer. Non-surgical joint pain relief is here at QC Kinetics. Call my friends at QC Kinetics today. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. QC Kinetics advanced treatments harness your body's own ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. So, you can walk, run, hike, play golf, move again, play frisbee on the beach, pain-free. Under the leadership of former orthopedic surgeon Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a true pioneer in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics has enabled tens of thousands of patients to reclaim their mobility. Call now, QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Get a free consultation, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Yo, Roy is Ford. What? We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Come on, baby. Let's do the twist. Come on, baby. Let's do the twist.
Was this song playing, Tony Bruno, when you were at the Mummers Parade at 13, drunk, making out with random women?
No, it was Let's Twist Again like we did last summer. I mean, that was the follow-up to the great Chubby Checker hit.
He forgot to mention the part that actually got him arrested.
Oh.
He made a mistake and tried to kiss a police officer.
Oh, because it's New Year's Day. Listen, kissing drunk broads is an easy thing to do when you're drunk in South Philly.
Oh, that's not
Broads on broads.
Broads on broads. I think that was a TV show on Comcast Sportsnet, wasn't it, a few years ago?
Amazing.
Babes on broads or something like that. No, then I tried to kiss the cop who was trying to arrest me, and then out of nowhere, he's putting me in the meat wagon, we used to call them. Do they still call them meat wagons?
I don't know. No, definitely not.
Only when you're in it, Tony.
Only when Chuck Schumer has them on the grill.
Exactly.
And they're not cooked.
We continue with the cut sheet here on this Wednesday. The Freedom Caucus chairman is locked in a tight primary race against Trump-backed challenger. This is GOP Representative Bob Good. He's the chairman of the House Freedom Caucus. He's locked in a close primary fight against a challenger backed by President Trump. Just a few hundred votes as of this morning separated him from State Senator John McGuire. This is Harry Enton on CNN discussing the power of the Trump endorsement with all of this stuff. This is Cut 18. Phil, go.
It's Byron Donalds, Trump's own former chief White House strategist, Steve Bannon. But all of that may not matter because we are about to find out tonight just how strong Donald Trump's grip is on the Republican base and if his opinion is the only one that matters. This race pits Good up against the Trump-backed state senator in Virginia, John McGuire. Those polls closed at 7 p.m. Eastern, and here's where the results stand right now. 66% of the vote is in, so we still have more to come. But look how close this race is. You can see John McGuire right now has 50.6% of the vote. Bob Good is at 49.4%. Look how close those margins are. It is incredibly close as we are watching all of this tonight, this test of Donald Trump, who has endorsed the name you see there at the top, John McGuire, against Bob Good, the chairman of the very influential House Freedom Caucus. My source tonight to help put these numbers into context that we are seeing here as we are watching all of this, CNN's senior data reporter, Harry Enton. And Harry, obviously, this race is so close right now at this moment.
Razor tight. My goodness gracious. You really, I get excited on nights like this, right? Where, I watch these old videos and I see how tight the race is. We're in like election.
Why are all these data people, Steve Kornacki's the same way. Why are they all hopped up on stuff? Like, it's razor tight. It's razor thin. What are we going to do? Oh my God. It's unbelievable. They get so involved in these polls and these results. All right,
because they don't have any lives. That's what they live for. They're stat geeks.
Yeah, they're trying to with this. What they're trying to do is they're trying to is this a bellwether test for something? It's just like it's a congressional district in Virginia. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what it's going to tell. Anyway, we continue.
Election 2000, and then finally we get a race tonight as tight as we have it right now.
Yeah, and so obviously the question here is about Trump's endorsement and how powerful that's ultimately going to be, because really there's basically no policy differences between these two Republicans on anything substantive. But Donald Trump is backing one of them and not the other.
Correct. As you mentioned, the incumbent committed the cardinal sin of initially backing Ron DeSantis. How dare he? How dare he? And, you look at primaries so far this season, and Trump's endorsement has been as good as gold. Before tonight, only one candidate who he backed lost their primary. Look at that. 88 wins to 1. And I went back. I looked at 2022. I looked at 2020. I looked at 2018. More Trump-endorsed candidates are winning this year than in any year prior, of at least as a percentage so far. So tonight is an ultimate test of Trump's power.
Yeah.
There you go.
And that's the fact. And now all the conservative whack jobs are, oh, my God, Trump's going away from the Freedom. Who the hell came Freedom Caucus? He picks the person he likes, and then they vote. It's funny. If Trump, when he picks guys that lose, he's the kiss of death. When he picks guys or women that win, oh, what's he doing? This is ridiculous. How does this make any sense? Seriously, how does this make any sense? Who the hell knows what the Freedom Caucus is? Do you know what the Freedom Caucus is?
It looks at right now, McGuire has declared victory, but I don't know that that's official.
Yeah, because
I imagine they'll contest it.
Well,
it's so
I mean,
close.
from like 4:30 this morning when I checked it, it was like a couple hundred votes, but it's clear, it's pretty clear that McGuire, I believe, is winning this. So now it's 89-1. I mean, that's a pretty damn good record. If you ask me. Man,
I would think so. Yeah. I mean, if I was betting on those picks, I'd be making money instead of betting on stupid sports.
Stupid sports. By the way, anytime home run this afternoon, Tony Bruno, Bryce Harper. Do you like that pick?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Absolutely.
FanDuel.com.
And they don't call it business person specials anymore.
No.
What do they call the afternoon games? Afternoon delights.
Your favorite.
105 today. Boy, it's gonna be hot for that one, isn't it? Oh my lord.
Oh, it's gonna be. I don't know how people are gonna be able to stay. I don't know how people are gonna go to the games. They need to bring umbrellas. They need to bring backpacks with gallons of water.
Yep.
I mean, these are kinds of conditions that I don't think they should play.
Yep.
I think they should stop the game and cancel it until it cools off. Play it tonight. Well, they can't play. You know why they can't play it tonight?
Why?
Because there's a travel day. Aren't they going somewhere else this weekend?
No, this is the.
This is a homestand that continues?
Yeah.
Today at 105.
Yeah.
No, I know that, but who do they play next is the question.
I think they're home. I think they're home for the next.
Okay, because I don't have. I'll pull it up on the schedule.
Yeah. Trump's. By the way, if you want to make those bets, FanDuel.com/Greg.
Arizona's coming into town for the weekend, so the Phillies remain at home. But that game is on the 21st, which is Friday. Yes. So they get a day off tomorrow. And obviously San Diego has to leave after this game, and they will move on. So that's why they play the day game after a night game, so the teams can move on. San Diego and then Arizona will come in for Friday and Saturday and Sunday and the weekend.
Trump's vice presidential pick, Tony Bruno. Are you interested in who Donald Trump is going to pick for his vice president? And if you are interested, do you have a pick? Do you have a choice? Do you have a favorite? Is there somebody that you like to be the Trump VP candidate?
I'm liking Doug Burgum. I know he's another white guy, and then of course the DEI people will all go crazy. Mm-hmm. I think he's also a businessman. So
billionaire.
Billionaire businessman who understands how to run a business. The country is a business. And then you have Trump, who's a businessman. And now you have Burgum, who's a brilliant businessman. And he's more laid back and more subtle than Trump. And so, people say, well, they're both businessmen. That's who I want. I don't want career politicians. who are absolutely embedded into the deep state and all the corruption and all the money that they make when they make $200,000 a year and they're worth $80 million. I want people who run a business. The country's a business. So having two businessmen in charge, how is that bad? How's that bad?
One of the favorites, we know it's a favorite of Donald Trump Jr., is J.D. Vance. He was on Fox News last night where Bret Baier called him out for past comments.
Yeah, that was a legitimate good interview.
Past comments that he's made about Trump, comparing him to Hitler.
Yep.
This is cut 15, Phil, go.
You know, Senator, this is an evolution, and I know you've been asked about this before, about past comments that you've made about Donald Trump. You've said, I'm a never Trump guy, never liked him, terrible candidate, idiot if you voted for him, might be America's Hitler, might be a cynical a-hole, cultural heroine, noxious and reprehensible. Those are things that the left is going to come after you, and they're probably going to be put in ads should you be chosen as the VP pick. How do you deal with them now?
Yeah, well, I think the simple answer is you've got to respect the American people enough to just level with them. Look, I was wrong about Donald Trump. I didn't think he was going to be a good president, Brett. He was a great president, and it's one of the reasons why I'm working so hard to make sure he gets a second term. I think you should. When you're wrong about something, you should change your mind and be honest with people about that fact. And I actually think, again, whether this is running as his running mate or running and supporting him as United States Senator, Brett, I think it actually presents a real opportunity to talk to the American people, because a lot of people didn't think Trump was going to be a good president, and a lot of people were happy to be proven wrong. And I think it presents an opportunity for me to make the case to the American people that, look, we have two very different sets of results. 4 years of Joe Biden, 4 years of Donald Trump. We know the Trump record is one of success. The Biden record is one of failure. I came around to Donald Trump, and I think that a lot of Americans will do the exact same thing.
Interesting. I don't know how that's going to play in the Trump camp. Thoughts?
I like the fact that he was able to admit he's wrong. I think that is being able to admit that publicly and with full conviction is admirable.
Yeah, remember, Obama, Biden, they were all pro heterosexual marriage, right? They were both pro-life, and then they evolved. So only Democrats are allowed to evolve after they learn things? No. Again, I don't know whether as far as I know, J.D. Vance obviously is a popular guy. He's saying, he's rocketed from Hillbilly Elegy, which was a book that he wrote that they made into a movie, into becoming one of the smartest and sharpest young senators.
39 years old, and he's also not a career politician, at least not yet. Burgum is 67.
Not a career politician.
No.
Exactly. We got to get rid of the career politicians from both parties. That's what it's about.
And we need
there
to
should be term limits. There's term limits on presidents. Larry Krasner, he's not term limited, and now all of a sudden he's taking credit for allegedly the crime numbers coming down in Philadelphia, like he had anything to do with it.
By the way, can I just talk about crime numbers for a second? Because
I don't know. Do we have time for Robin to talk about crime numbers?
Of course. Always. Crime numbers. I don't know. It's so annoying because statistics can be manipulated so easily. And here's a statistic that the crime numbers that are reported on the news are the FBI crime statistics. And there are major cities, 4 in particular, Chicago, New York, Detroit, Los Angeles, that do not report. There's only like 20% of their police departments report their statistics to the FBI. And it's the FBI that sends out what MSM uses as the main crime has gone down. Well, if you don't have the biggest cities where crime is being committed, they're not reporting their statistics to the FBI, and suddenly the FBI is saying that the crime has gone down. Well, that's total BS.
Yeah. 100%.
Yep.
By the way, New Jersey NJ.com yesterday was reporting that their trains to and from New York City suspended amid escalating heat.
Yeah.
So if they suspended train service yesterday and now the heat is escalating even more, what will we do?
What will we do?
We'll stop the Broad Street line, and you're not going to be able. You're going to have to walk down Broad Street from City Hall all the way down to the sports complex.
Why can a train not run when there's heat?
I don't know.
I mean, last time I checked, like trains go every day.
Yeah, they have air conditioning in them, don't they?
Well, but trains in India still function.
Well, have you seen the trains in India?
And they don't have air, and they're run. I mean, it's hot there.
I was on a train in Yugoslavia from Belgrade to Sarajevo overnight. Where they have hot soda and people are sleeping all over the place. It's like a cattle car.
Yep.
They tolerate that stuff in other countries. Here, if the air conditioners get not cranked all the way up, oh my God, we can't get on the train. The air's off. Ridiculous, man.
By the way, another real quick break here. But when we come back, I have a video of a surgeon that outed a Texas hospital for treating trans kids. He now faces federal charges. The FBI showed up at his door. We have the video. We have the audio. We'll get into that.
This is unbelievable.
We'll get into that in just a moment. Stay there. Dawn, talk to us about QC Kinetics.
Yeah, QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. How are you feeling this morning? How you doing? You hurting a little bit? This time of year, you want to get out and enjoy the summertime, right? Whether it's headed to the beach, frisbee, golf, whatever that is, and you certainly don't want to be in pain. That's where my friends at QC Kinetics come in. Don't suffer any longer. Non-surgical joint pain relief is here. Thanks to QC Kinetics. Just call them today. QC Kinetics. Advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair your damaged joint tissue so you can do everything you love to do this time of year. QC Kinetics, under the leadership of former orthopedic surgeon Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, who you can look him up. He's a true pioneer in regenerative medicine. They have advanced protocols enabling tens of thousands of patients to reclaim their mobility. Stop putting this off. Take action now and live your best life again. Call QC Kinetics now. Get this free consultation on the calendar. 215-993,000, 215-993,000, QC Kinetics. Will you just call them? 215-993,000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I learned it from my adoptive mom. Hold my hand.
You hold my hand. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. You can't imagine the reward. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Introducing the Honickman Center at Jefferson Health. Outpatient care designed by patients like you. Together, we're shaping the future of medicine, where advanced technology and comprehensive services ensure convenience and accessibility for all patients. Everything you need to simplify the complexity of care is available in one location. Uncompromising care, delivered by world-class physicians. To schedule an appointment, call 1-800-JEFF-NOW.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my Grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli, afternoons 3 till 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
A surgeon outed a Texas hospital for treating trans kids, and now he's facing federal charges. This is, what is the surgeon's name? This is Dr. Ethan Haim. He's a surgeon in Texas who has been indicted on 4 felony counts of violating the Federal Health Insurance Probability and Accountability Act, HIPAA. The FBI comes to his door, and we have the audio and video. Tony Bruno, would you like to see this?
I saw it, and I still can't believe it. I still can't believe it.
Let's watch it again.
Let's watch. Let's go to the tape. Let's go to the tape. This is cut 9, Phil. Go.
Hello? Hi. I'm looking for Vanessa Sivage. Okay. Yeah. Who are you? Cassie. I'll make some FBI agent. Okay. This is Mr. McBride. Hey, I'm David McBride. Okay. Nice to meet you, sir. It's going to be a pleasant interaction here. Any trouble nor machine. Okay. All right. Hi, how are you? She snuck up on you there. You want to see too? Are we interrupting dinner? I'm really sorry.
That's all right. What's going on?
Let me start at the beginning. So I'm sure you're aware of some of the things that have been going on at your work lately.
With regards to...
Yeah, so I gotta, can we sit down for a minute? Let me do my song and dance.
Wow, there you go.
Wow.
No,
Can't come in my house.
No, you can't.
Nope.
It's unbelievable.
You have a search warrant? Nope.
A second whistleblower has come forward as well, nurse, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible. And what they're accusing him of, he has not given out any personal patient information, no names, no nothing. He's just saying this is happening at the hospital. So in my eyes, that doesn't violate HIPAA because he's not giving out personal information.
I got to say this. Those were the 2 most cordial, jackbooted fascists I've ever seen approaching a house with kindness. And they were kinder, gentler FBI agents.
Yeah.
They didn't come in with guns, at least, and kick down the door.
Really.
I love the video because the video shows Simply Safe. They had their Simply Safe camera on.
Exactly.
Keep in mind, they don't have a search warrant. They're being nice because they're using all their charm to try. Oh, can I start from the? Can I come in because they want to get any information?
Yep.
And so, if that happens, you say, "Well, do you have a search warrant? Do you have? Oh, no. Oh, no, thank you.
Since when are we hiring frumpy, fat, white dudes to go to people's homes?
No, the
FBI agents look like that. Remember we used to see the FBI? They had like all these FBI shows on TV again.
Yeah.
Are any of them big, fat, white guys?
He wasn't big fat. He was just a
I don't
little
care what he
over.
looks like. I'm just saying they purposely had somebody come to the door
Exactly.
who they knew could talk his way in,
Yep.
and they want to get the information so that he can self-incriminate without ever reading him his Miranda rights.
Exactly.
And I'm not going to say Miranda, his rights.
Yep.
And that's what this is all about. They want to get more. They're after him. And they want to get more information.
So, a little background. Last year, Haim, at the time a surgical resident at the Houston-based Texas Children's Hospital, gave conservative journalist Christopher Rufo records indicating that the hospital had secretly continued transgender medical interventions on minors despite a public pledge that it had stopped such treatments. According to the now unsealed indictments, the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of Texas has charged Haim with obtaining protected individual health information for patients who were not under his care or without authorization. Haim and his supporters say he is being targeted not for violating HIPAA, but for speaking out.
Yep.
So
100%.
Yeah.
Christopher Rufo has done more to help the education, expose the education frauds in our country. Did you see the latest thing? Now, the anti-school choice people are saying that if you homeschool, that you should have to be tested and get a license to prove that you're capable of educating your kids at home.
Wow.
This is how corrupt the public school teachers unions are. Not the teachers, they're doing their jobs. The corrupt weasels like that dude, Randy Weingart, that slug.
Teachers unions in the United States they are one of the most corrupt organizations ever.
They have ruined education.
Yes.
Look at the graduation rates in major cities, and we keep pumping more money into public schools, and they get worse. And look at Baltimore.
Yep.
Most of the kids in Baltimore can't read at grade level.
If you look at the per child amount spent, we are like tenfold next to the next closest country as how much we spend per child in public education in this country. And yet our education levels are some of the lowest in non-third world countries.
Could you imagine that? Now
so
you're telling
insane.
parents who want to homeschool their kids
Yep.
that they have to have some sort of certification.
Yep.
Really? And we're sending our kids to daycares at places where there's perverts working in there.
Yeah. You know what? You know what's a good certification? When homeschooled kids pass all the statistic tests.
Exactly.
When they get better grades or better, they have higher SAT scores. That's a pretty good certification right there.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Amen.
All right, we have to step aside for the 9 o'clock hour here. On the other side, we'll have Biden. Tony Bruno says that Americans just don't understand the border crisis.
We just simply, sometimes parents don't understand either, as Will Smith once said. Back when he was the Fresh Prince.
We're too dumb to understand it, according to the commander-in-chief. We'll get to that, plus Dawn's Big Three, all on the other side. Stay there.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia on June 25th for a free virtual floral arrangement session with Longwood Gardens. Learn more at aarp.org/local.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Providers help thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-353-9057. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-353-9057. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-353-9057, 800-353-9057, or biglou.com.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Playlist on this Wednesday is from our good friend Linda Kearns LLC Law Offices. She donated, Tony, $500 to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, a great cause. If you want to donate, go to gregstockersucks.com. And she took
that's
over...
a site?
Yes,
of
of course.
It is. gregstockersucks.com.
Absolutely. It takes you right to the to donate the families to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Excuse me, I stuttered there.
When did you go from blow to sucks? It's usually the other way around. We're going from suck to blow.
Spaceballs, 1987.
Exactly. Thank you. The movie.
Yeah.
The musical.
The flamethrower. We have, so she took over the playlist for this week. You can donate. Our goal is $20,000, Tony Bruno, by July 21st when Nick Kayal is going to ride 65 miles to the Jersey Shore, to Atlantic City from the Ben Franklin Bridge. He's going to do it all for charity. And $20,000 by July 21st. That is our goal. So, yeah.
She's done a great job with the music selection so far. I'm impressed.
Yeah, she's done a great job. Linda Kearns, Law Offices. Thank you, Linda Kearns. We'll do Dawn's Big Three in 1 second, Tony, but I just wanted to play this for you. Joe Biden says that Americans don't understand the border crisis. So I guess it's because we're too dumb. Not
Yeah,
sure.
exactly.
Clearly.
This is cut 4. Phil, go.
We can both secure the border and provide legal pathways to citizens. We have to acknowledge that the patience and goodwill of the American people is being tested by the fears of the border. They don't understand a lot of it.
They don't understand a lot of it. We don't understand people coming into our country illegally.
Oh, nobody understands that. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, I've traveled all over the world to all these countries. I just got a new passport, so I can travel again if I go somewhere else and show ID. And guess what? If I don't have a passport, as Joe Biden was, and guess what? If I don't have a passport and I go to another country, or if I go on vacation to another country like Curacao on a cruise ship, and I get off the ship but have to stay because I was hospitalized with a heart attack, I have to go get a visa to stay in the country because I'm not a citizen, even though I was on a cruise ship, right, Robin?
Mm-hmm.
Robin had to go to the consulate.
I did.
So that we could stay while I was in the hospital for a few days. But I didn't go walk. I can't walk into Curacao. First of all, it's in the middle of the Caribbean.
Yes.
But if I could, I couldn't stay there and hide out.
Yeah.
No.
They would come looking for me, and they would put me in jail, even though it's a Dutch country, and the Dutch are supposedly socialists, right?
Sort of.
Yeah. Right.
Is Curacao over by Aruba?
Yes.
Yes, it's right between Aruba and Curacao. That's where a lot of baseball players. I mean, they play baseball on dirt over there, and these guys are amazing athletes.
It's called the ABC Islands there. Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao.
Nice.
Yes.
Had my honeymoon in Aruba. It's a lovely, lovely place.
Did you go to Jamaica? Who I want to take you down to Kokomo. We'll get there fast, and then we'll take it slow. Not today, though, but what's the temperature now? It's at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
And we want to keep everybody safe out there. If you're getting ready to go to the ballpark, what is it?
79.
Oh, 79. This is not going to be good.
By the way, Jimmy Matthews.
I want to know, when will there be an emergency alert from City Hall? Will the sirens be sounding so that we can then tell people, for your own good, go into the malls that are now all closed?
Yep.
Remember when people go to the malls in the summertime? The old people go into the malls because it's air conditioned. Are there any malls still open in the Philadelphia area?
When I was pregnant with my son, he was born in July, and there was a huge heat wave in California, and we did not have air conditioning in our apartment. And I would go and do go to the AMC theater and do double features just to cool off.
Sounds like a plan, right?
Yeah. I mean, just go in.
By the way, Dawn, Jimmy Matthews on YouTube wants to know what the field temperature is going to be at 105 today.
For the Phils?
For the Phillies.
Well, it's not the AstroTurf at the Vet anymore.
Yeah.
That AstroTurf at the Vet was the worst ever. It was It was basically a bad rug over concrete.
Yep.
And that thing would get into over 100 degrees. That's when the temperature was only 78. It would be 100 degrees on the field.
A lot of bad things about the Vet. It allegedly gave a bunch of players brain cancer. I mean,
I still have my Goodbye Vet poster on my wall here in Southwest Florida.
Yeah.
I remember when they were building the Vet. That's how old I am. I used to walk down Broad Street when they started building those palaces in the late 60s, 70s. It opened in 71, and that was the quintessential multi-purpose facility. Remember that?
Yeah.
All over the country.
Sure.
And they're all gone now, I think.
Yeah. All right, 908, Tony, you have a big three?
Yes.
Let's do it.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
We are sponsored by Discover Lancaster. So I'll begin with counseling is advised to cut the fat. Yes, that's the latest word from a U.S. task force on childhood obesity. Researchers now say kids need intensive counseling. So this is a panel that is supposed to be, giving us some answers on childhood obesity. At least 20% of children and teens in America are obese and morbidly obese. So that's not even, then, you have the husky rates, the chubby rates, but this is morbidly obese. And now a panel of these national health experts recommend.
Is this fat shaming?
Yeah,
Dawn, are you fat shaming?
I always say husky. We always said husky.
Zaftig. Zaftig is the best
Right?
thing to say to women.
What
Because
is that?
Zaftig is not bad, right, Robin?
Actually, no. If somebody were to call me Zaftig, I would be okay with that.
I don't even know what
Because
that is.
Zaftig. Oh, it means it's like it's voluptuous.
Oh.
It's like
Full body.
extra. Yes, full. It's Zaftig.
Zaftig.
Oh.
Doesn't that sound nice?
Sounds
I'm
nice.
fine with being Zaftig.
Sounds
Baby, you look
exotic.
Zaftig today, baby.
Ooh,
Yeah.
you Zaftig woman, you. We love Miss Robin. So we have U.S. Preventative Services Task Force members posting their final recommendations, newly posted, for children and adolescents age 6 and older with high body mass index, BMI.
BMI, baby.
BMI, baby. So 20% morbidly obese, which is sad. And so
It's very sad.
they're making all these recommendations, but they are saying intense counseling. That's what they need.
What they need is a belt for around their mouth so they stop eating.
Yeah. Exactly. What they need is to have their mouth sewed shut.
Exactly.
Stop.
Good God.
Need,
Portion control, people.
remember,
Counseling.
we cut all the gym class in schools. That was one of the things that got cut.
Yep.
Start every school day with gym class, exercise.
They've cut. They cut gym classes.
No, I
and
know.
Now kids are in front of devices when they get home rather than being outside and playing, and it's not safe to play outside anymore as well. And the food has all these GMO additives.
Thank you.
It's the perfect storm, and our children are the ones that are suffering the most because they, like, at least our age group, we still had less GMOs to deal with. But you look at pictures like at the beach of 1960s and 70s.
Yeah.
Everybody's skinny.
Yeah.
There's not one single Zaftig woman there at all. And now you look at that and it's totally different.
It's so
I'm
true.
telling you, Zaftig is an underused word, and I think we should bring it back into the vernacular because, fat shaming, calling somebody fat, calling Chris Christie fat may be accurate. Calling J.B. Pritzker obese is accurate. No, I'm going to call them fat bastards anyway. I mean, that's what they are. I mean, these guys are millionaires. You would think that they'd have somebody in their families who would tell them, hey, dude. Especially J.B. Pritzker's a billionaire.
Yes.
People are talking, I mean, here on the chat saying, well, they need more exercise. Yes, they need more exercise. But if you look at, like, my mother is now in her 80s. They never exercised. They didn't go to exercise classes. They did nothing. They didn't go out and walk every day, yet they were still skinny. How has that changed? There's only one thing that explains it, and that is our food. Our food is now different.
And it's even more expensive than ever.
Yes. Well, I will point you to one certain very famous American coach and the Ring doorbell camera that caught him sneaking out of a 20-something-year-old's home, but on one of those doorbell videos.
Do we have the video?
I don't know.
Phil has the video right there. Oh,
you
boy.
can judge, is he Zaftig?
Oh, boy. Look at him, shirtless. Bill
This is-
Belichick, shirtless. Coming
You talk
out
about
of,
great scouting. You talk about college scouts.
Wow.
I mean, does he need a college scout to hook up with a 24-year-old former dancer or former cheerleader?
But I don't think that a man can be Zaftig. I think that's really a female
I
description.
don't think he's Zaftig.
How old is he, Dawn?
Yeah, he's in his 72.
72.
He's my age. We are the exact same age,
72.
but I'm not banging 24-year-olds right now. And if they would come over and ask, I'm sure Miss Robin would oblige. But
Do we have to, Dawn Stenson, journalist, do we have to say allegedly? Do we know that this is for
No,
sure?
I think this is his
No, it's
girlfriend.
confirmed.
It's
Okay.
confirmed.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
That's an older video, though. That's not
It is an
recent.
older video. Here's a rule,
It's
though.
fine.
I think that all men should adhere by.
Yeah.
A man should not date any woman a woman for that matter, should not date anybody younger than their child. Like if you have a child that is in their 30s, you should not be able to date anybody younger than your kid.
Who made those rules?
I am saying
Who
that
made those crappy rules?
It's creepy. It's creepy to think that you are dating somebody younger than your own child.
Agreed.
The Ring doorbell video shows him kind of got a little bit of a man boob thing going on, but
listen, I got a little boiler going here, because we sit around all day a lot, getting ready and preparing. Yeah.
Miss Robin,
we get all we have to get updates on the. I'm not doing any physical labor, and I can't even go out on my boat. It's an outrage.
But do we have video of Philadelphia's own iconic Tony Bruno? Is there some doorbell video of you in your underwear?
No, there's a picture
outside.
of me naked, though, up on the dockside on the 16th floor. Robin, can you find that photograph?
Nice.
Oh, boy.
Yes, I mean, this photograph.
Give me a second. I'll let you know when I have
it's properly edited. So this is clean.
Yeah, we don't want to show nudity on YouTube.
No, it's not full frontal.
Oh, no,
Okay.
this is
like a
It's
blue
not even
dot.
full. It's just perfectly cropped by Miss Robin, and there was no. It's not a deep fake or a cheap fake.
Yep.
It's an actual photograph of me getting some sun.
Nice.
Up at dockside on the Delaware River, a couple of years ago. It's got to be at least 10 years ago.
By the way, Don Stensley, do we know why Mr. Belichick was leaving said girlfriend's house or said woman's house shirtless?
Yeah, I guess he was like sneaking out of the house, bare-chested, walk of shame. So I guess that
the Belichick walk of shame.
Belichick.
Well, here's a question: who released that?
Yeah.
That had to have been released
Her.
by the female.
Yeah, but that's not the 24-year-old.
No, that was
his former ex-girlfriend.
By the way,
It
I
looked
have
like
this.
he was living in a trailer. I mean, that wasn't exactly like it wasn't like the Cape up there in New England.
No,
I have the Tony Bruno, and just know that this is safe. This is safe.
This is safe for all ages. Yes.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Oh yeah, there. Wow, very nicely. Wow, you really were sunbathing naked. It's
exactly
it's
and
really,
unafraid.
It's
at dockside
and unafraid. Now nobody can see me.
No,
but you can see the helipad right there.
No
That's
tan
right.
lines.
I was just gonna say, did your butt cheeks get all red?
No, I had the deep, dark Saint-Tropez tan. I'm not like the little girl on the original Mabel. No, what was it? What was the suntan lotion where the little girl's bathing suit was being pulled down by a dog? Remember that?
Yep.
That was a famous actress too. The original one was
not the Ivory Snow girl. That was a porn star. Right? Wasn't the Ivory Snow girl the porn star when she grew up?
I don't remember. Oh, the Ivory Soap girl?
Yeah, the Ivory Soap girl.
Oh, the
became a porn star. Coppertone girl was made up. It wasn't a real little girl. It was
it was the actual Coppertone baby was a actress.
But she wasn't a porn star.
Jodie Foster.
Oh,
Jodie Foster was the Coppertone girl.
Really?
I believe. I think so.
But on the Coppertone bottles, it was like an artist rendering of a little girl having her bathing suit pulled down by a dog.
Yes.
To show that she had a camp.
Yes, I am right.
Jodie Foster was the
Foster.
Coppertone. Marilyn Chambers was the Ivory Snow girl.
If you look at the original Coppertone TV commercial, 1960 something, I'm sure you can find the video. That is Jodie Foster as a little girl.
Wow.
Chris Forsythe checks in and says, "LOL, I fly my drone from that abandoned pier next there." They're building another building there, aren't they?
Are they?
Yeah.
Wow. Interesting.
No, I did not tan my taint. I didn't do that. I didn't. And that person, Marilyn Rush, that's way too personal.
That is way too
Marilyn Chambers, of course, in the legendary Behind the Green Door.
Yep.
One of the all-time greats. That's Mount Rushmore.
Yep.
Of old school porn.
Love it.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at the Coppertone commercial. All right, so Bill Belichick, it all started. We've gone way off the rails.
Talk about tangents.
If you guys watch the roast with Tom Brady, it's amazing. My husband and I watched it. It's an amazing roast, but that's where Tom Brady, they ran the Ring video, called it the Walk of Shame for Bill Belichick,
right?
And said that he had autographed her schoolwork when he met his future girlfriend in 2021.
Wow.
He's 72. She's 24. Ouch.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
No,
That's pretty good.
It's creepy.
It is.
As I said, the man can find talent. I mean, he found Tom Brady.
It's true.
I mean, you talk about great advanced scouting.
It's a good point.
I mean, when you find young talent, that's how you got to bring them. You got to bring them young. I believe they said the first Mormon guy went into Utah and says, I don't care how you bring them. Just bring them young. Do I have to do the mystery movie clip too this hour?
Dawn, what's our sponsor?
Okay, our sponsor, real quick, Discover Lancaster. We only got through 2.
That's okay.
Discover Lancaster, more of Lancaster. It's time for summer shopping for your favorite brands, outlets in Lancaster County. More than 100 brand name outlets. Just a 90-minute drive from Philadelphia. Visit discoverlancaster.com. Plan your getaway. Big 3.
It's amazing. By the way.
What was happening there? Were you discovering Lancaster? What is that?
Love Lancaster. I love up there. Route 30, you go up there, you go past all the Stolfuses, all the great barn builders and stick builders and all the great Amish people up there. Shout out to my Amish Mafia up there.
Amish Mafia, that's right.
And a follow-up on the Bill Belichick thing, his children, Stephen and Amanda, are 37 and 35 years old. 24 is creepy.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
24 is way above.
Especially him. He's like, he's so grumpy. He's always gross. Like, he looks sweaty and especially, he's gross.
All right, we have tickets to give away right now. 2 tickets, a pair of tickets to 1210 WPHT's Politics and Pints, featuring author Jack Carr, and a signed copy of his latest book, Red Sky Morning, for next Tuesday, January 25th, at the Zlock Theater on the campus of Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. By the way, there's a very limited tickets event left, so this is an exclusive offer. If you can get the Morning Mystery Movie clip, which I'll play in 1 second. Tickets are still available, but there are very few left. So go now to 1210wpht.com to get them. If you have not secured your tickets, you don't want to be left out from this. By the way, this movie, the actor was born on this day in 1984. So there's your clip for the Morning Mystery Movie.
Is that before Juneteenth? When did Juneteenth become a thing? We have a birth date of Juneteenth?
Last year, I think.
No, it's been a couple years.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You have abandoned all because he was sick and you have sinned. So say it now. I am a sinner. I am a sinner. Say it louder. I am a sinner.
I am a sinner.
Louder, Daniel. I am a sinner.
I am a sinner.
I am sorry, Lord.
I am sorry, Lord.
I want the blood.
I want the blood.
You have abandoned your child.
I've abandoned my child.
I will never backslide.
I will never backslide.
I was lost, but now I am found.
I was lost, but now I'm found.
I have abandoned my child. Say it.
I abandoned my child.
Say it louder. Say it louder.
I've abandoned my child. I've abandoned my child. I've abandoned my boy.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you can win this great prize.
By the way, was that Hunter Biden?
I know it. No, that's Hunter. No, that's Joe Biden.
Yeah.
When he was told that he had a 5th grandchild.
That movie, the actor in that movie was born on this day in 1984. By the way, great pull by the boys in the back. Really going deep with the Morning Mystery Movie clips.
Absolutely.
If you know it, 855-839-1210. 2 tickets to 1210 WPHT's Politics and Pints. We will have the winner on the other side. Plus, New York governor and New York City mayor announce something that they are banning on New York City subways when a couple of years ago it was a requirement to wear them. We'll get to all of that on the other side. Stay there.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational.
Promotional. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike, Barkley. He brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it. His brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic High School on June 29th and the Ocean City Music Pier on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Favor to ask of you, please don't give up your summer vacation, all right? The kids, the memories that'll last forever. And I know times are tough, but the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey makes getting away affordable and possible. Book a June or July midweek stay, and you're going to receive resort credits that you can use on site. That's right, they're going to give you money to use on site in the form of resort credits. And they have the big outdoor heated pool, the heated indoor pool if the weather's bad at the beach. The longer you stay, the more you get back in resort credits. They offer guest rooms, suites, and townhomes equipped with a kitchenette, so it's like renting a short home, but with all the conveniences of a full-service resort, except you don't have to worry about doing the sheets and the towels. You get the amenities of a resort, but you also get the kitchenette, the fridge. Book direct with them for the best rates and to get your resort credits. 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. This offer is good until July 18th, so act today, grandhotelcapemay.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. We continue to be committed to making your car buying experience fast, easy, and better with simplified pricing every day at Colonial. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. We also take the worry out of how much you'll be getting for your trade. In fact, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. We're in the final stages of the construction of our new state-of-the-art showroom. A bigger, more comfortable area for sales, more service space, easier pickup and drop-off. But why wait? We're fully operational while the construction continues, and we have over 200 vehicles in stock and waiting for you. Tucson's, Konas, Santa Fe's, and Palisades. We even have incredible finance offers, some as low as 0% for up to 60 months. Every new vehicle at Colonial Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Route 30 in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Up to 20% off dealer listed price includes all rebates and incentives. Offer cannot be combined with other offers. Offer ends 7/1. See dealer for more details.
Hello, saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Our lives aren't like they used to be. They're busier. Early morning Zooms, grabbing coffee to make that in-office meeting, getting to your kid's soccer game on time. Life is different, and so is advertising. To reach any audience, you need your message out there in all media, broadcast to streaming, on screens, and right to the ears of your customers. And that's what we do at Odyssey. Let's build a media campaign that targets the customers you know and want to reach more of, right here in our community. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Just a small town girl living in a lonely world.
9:30.
She took the midnight train going anywhere.
You know, Tony Bruno, everybody associates this song with Sopranos. You know what I associate it with? Family Guy. When they're singing
baseball
karaoke
games.
Yeah.
No, you're good. It was my fault.
Oh, okay. I thought Robin turned my mic.
Oh.
No, I know. It's, to me,
Sopranos.
Perry still sounds great.
Yeah.
I mean, he just had that. But the amazing thing about Journey is that they can get different guys who sound just like him. They had the guy that replaced him
is amazing.
Was like a karaoke guy
Filipino.
from the Philippines.
Yeah.
He sounds just like him.
Sounds better than Steve Perry does now. It's really amazing. All right, the Morning Mystery Movie clip. We have Kristen, who's in Elkins Park. Kristen, what was the movie we just played about 5 minutes ago?
There Will Be Blood.
There Will Be Blood. Very good, Kristen. You win a pair of tickets to 1210 WPHT's Politics and Pints featuring Jack Carr and a signed copy of his latest book, Red Sky Morning, next Tuesday, June 25th at the Zlock Theater on the campus of Bucks County Community College, Newtown, PA. Tickets are still available, but very few left at 1210WPHT.com. So thanks for playing, Kristen.
All right, thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thanks.
By the way,
that's a drunk chick anthem, Peter S. says on the screen.
Yeah, exactly.
Journey, Don't Stop Believing.
Yep.
Or Bleeding. No, that was the movie clip. I'm sorry.
by the way, I just want to give myself and Linda Kearns just a little shout out. She is on Twitter, said, "Thank you, Miss Robin, my favorite fill-in host, for complimenting my playlist, Cranky. Greg Stocker has been making fun of my music choices for a week."
Cranky, Greg Stocker?
I am
Yes,
cranky.
cranky.
I am way
I
cranky.
thought you sucked. I mean, is it cranky? Greg Stocker sucks?
I do suck, and I am cranky. No, actually, her list this week has been great.
Awesome.
It was just last week where she decided to go the Elvis route that I couldn't.
Disgusting.
I couldn't.
Now, I want to give a quick shout out to two other people. Who,
shout out.
We do special shout outs, dedications, reminiscences.
As Tony says, we don't do shout outs, but
no birthday wishes.
James,
By the way, how was your birthday?
Dawn.
Me?
Dawn.
It was my kid broke his ankle.
Oh boy.
No.
It was in urgent care. Then
holy crap.
I know. It was like crazy. And then he's like, I gotta qualify for the Junior Olympics. So then we still were in Millersville, speaking of Lancaster County, all Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So he just like stood there and like threw stuff, and he still qualified because he's like, bam, bam. He's like, I'll just stand there with my broken ankle and tooth.
See, Rob and I ask about how other
Thank
people's
you.
weekends and
Yes, but
important
you
things
did
went.
interrupt the shout out. I was
Well, no, I didn't. You hadn't started it before
Don't
you started it.
interrupt.
I
Oh,
wanted
okay,
to ask
okay.
what was going on,
It
and
was
now we found out that her son has a broken ankle.
Hopefully, it's not too bad.
Well,
Shout
he's
out
young.
to James Wagner, who was
James
getting married on Friday, who was very excited
Wow,
that
James.
Tony was filling in.
Woo.
And then, so the funny thing is this, so Tony posted that he was going to be filling in today and tomorrow. And James Wagner says, "Oh, that's so awesome, leading into me getting married on Friday. And can I get a shout out?" And Tony
I'm
said,
sorry,
yes.
James. We don't do that on the show. We're not allowed to mention that you're getting married.
And then
We're not allowed to mention your birthday.
the Twitter handle is actually a guy in Swedesboro says, "Can I get a shout out too? I'm getting divorced tomorrow."
That is amazing. That is amazing. Oh, that is amazing.
So so the divorce is today or tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Oh, because I was going to say Juneteenth,
The
a new
wedding is
definition of
Friday.
freedom.
The divorce is tomorrow.
Yes.
I don't know I didn't know you announced you had a divorce announcement.
I didn't know
date.
you could do that
Is
as
there,
well.
they go
Freedom
to
Day.
court? Do you sign the papers? Is it just an annulment? How's this work out?
By the way, since we're doing shout-outs, I want to give one to Santo, who tweeted us earlier this morning in the 6 o'clock hour. He said, Santo.
Oh, okay.
He
Not
said,
Santa. I
not
know him.
Santa, yeah. He says, you all are sounding good at 35,000 feet on a godforsaken Spirit flight from AC to Fort Myers. Who knew Spirit has Wi-Fi, but pretty sure they're stealing it from the United flight in front of us. Santo, my
You're just
friend.
flying next to it so that you can steal the
There's
Wi-Fi.
nothing. The only thing
Beautiful.
more risky than flying Spirit is going to an orgy without a condom.
Oh, God. Oh, man.
That to me would be the
All right.
So he's flying down here to Fort Myers, down in our neck of the woods, where the great Dawn Stenslin worked at Wink, where they have their hurricane guide out already now.
Well, I am. Santo is also. He also is. He has a boat on the Jersey Shore, which I'm going to be at in a couple of weeks, and he offered to take me out on his boat, and I think I'm going to take him up on that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sweet.
All right.
So he's a rich guy who has a place in Fort Myers and up there in the Jersey Shore?
Absolutely. Living the life we all should be living.
Nice.
At least,
Damn right,
at least I should be
Hi.
living.
Well, while he's down here, he should look us up.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Totally. He's flying into Fort Myers.
Yeah.
I
Right,
suspect he has a place in Naples.
Most likely.
Look at
That's
you.
where the rich people are.
In Naples?
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
All right, let's get to a few more cuts before the end of the program.
On the cut sheet.
Part 2. Sponsored by Dawn. Dawn, who's it sponsored by?
This is sponsored by our friends at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, AMC. Take advantage. AMC, Anderson Mechanical Corporation's AC Tune-Up Special. You're going to get 15% off your spring maintenance, which they're extending right now, and 1 year free maintenance with a replacement system. Call them today. AMContheweb.com, AMContheweb.com. Thank you, Anderson Mechanical Corporation, for sponsoring us.
Joe Biden, this is Cut 8, Phil. Joe Biden spoke out on the conviction of her son, her stepson, whatever you call him, Hunter.
Bonus
son. And will they respect the rule of law? All about law and order, the Bidens are. This is Cut 8.
Nobody's above the law.
This is Cut 8, Phil. Go.
Your husband, the president, has said he wouldn't pardon your son. He
No.
wouldn't commute his sentence.
That's correct.
As a mother, though, you must want to see this burden lifted off your son. Do you wish you could do that?
Well, Joe and I both respect the judicial system, and that's the bottom line.
The end. They both respect the judicial system. That's the bottom line.
No one's above the law.
Do you think that Joe Biden is going to A, pardon, or B, commute the sentence of
I think he's going to hopefully remember his son by the time the election comes around.
You know, we talk all the time about how people aren't actually voting for Joe Biden. They're voting against Donald Trump. That was true in 2020. It's going to be true in 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Ana Navarro, failed Republican strategist.
Yeah.
Who's now
failed at everything. She's a failed human being.
I believe is a Democrat now, or I don't know. She was on Real Time with Bill Maher on Friday, and she said the quiet part out loud, which we all know, that she's basically, she'd vote for Joe Biden even if he was on life support.
Which he is.
This is cut 7, Phil. Go.
Balance of it. Okay, let me ask you about the G7, because that's what's going on right now. It's the big news overseas. For those of us who do not want to see Donald Trump reelected, I would say there's been two big frustrations. One is the Democrats' inability to get Joe Biden to step aside for someone.
Oh, really? He's the only person who's ever beat Trump in an election.
Oh, do I have to listen to this again?
Is it? It's a fact.
He did. Okay. Well, we'll find out in November, I guess. We'll find out.
Who's your fantasy candidate that is going to beat?
Well, as James Carville said, any 50-ish centrist Democrat would win walking away.
Okay, but
We are.
But everyone thinks that until Bloomberg tries or until Fred Thompson runs, until Jeb Bush runs.
Listen, today, like you said, is Donald Trump's 78th birthday. He's 78. The other, Joe Biden's 81. Both of them are running on overtime. They're both running on fumes. But we have a binary choice in America, because if you think RFK Jr. is a choice, you've got to go check if you've got a worm in your brain. And so that's where we are. So this idea of what could have been, what should have been, my fantasy, this isn't, this isn't a fantasy football. This is real democracy on the line.
Right, that you're
Oh,
going
yeah.
to lose.
Yeah, it's on the line.
Listen, I'm with you. I'm voting for him, even if he's on life support.
Right.
There you go. Even if he's on life support, she's voting.
Even if he's on, this is how stupid. Can I use the word puta on this show? Or is that,
No.
no.
Unless you're talking about Punta Gorda.
Yeah, Punta
Punta
Gorda,
Gorda.
which is great, which is right north of us here. And I recommend it. They have a nice airport there, too. That's what I was talking about.
That's what
Exactly. Talking about Punta Gorda.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think that Joe Biden will be replaced? Tony Bruno.
It depends on the debate. Now, if Joe Biden manages to make it through 90 minutes and doesn't embarrass himself, then they keep him around.
Interesting.
And if he does, then a week later, by the 4th of July weekend, we'll have a new Yankee Doodle Dandy out there, which is on Thursday, Independence Day, in a couple of weeks. That would be the week after the debate, because the debate is a week from tomorrow night, the 27th. The following Thursday is the 4th of July. And you watch, Gavin Newsom will come out. He'll come out. Hillary Clinton will wear red, white, and blue, take out some hot sauce. It's going to be a Pier 6 brawl with the Democrats. And that's what I'm looking forward to, that, of the fight for who's going to be the one. Because Hillary, obviously, showing up at the Tonys, she wants to run again.
Oh, she absolutely does.
Absolutely, right?
Except her numbers are close to Kamala's. So I don't think that if the Democrats are going to bring somebody else forward.
No, the women are still with her.
Yeah.
I'm still with her.
With her.
So they think that she's the one who screwed her own campaign by not going out and campaigning. And then she's still crying, talking about election deniers. There is no more bitter loser than Hillary Clinton, is there? Has there ever? Seriously.
Yep.
I mean, Barry Goldwater was losing every 4 years, but he wasn't bitter.
Mm-hmm.
Hillary Clinton is the most bitter person on this planet. Yes. And yet, apparently, she still has women who think that she should be the queen of the world.
Yep. What does Joe Biden and the Joe Biden campaign have to do? Will he be replaced? What do they have to do? Rachel Maddow tells the ladies from The View, and we'll get to that. We'll get to that in just 1 second.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano inviting you to join me in Wildwood at Mulligan Shore Bar this Friday, June 21st, to celebrate Dom Giordano Day in Wildwood. We have an action-packed day planned, national guest of honor Scott Presler joining us, lots of local guests, and of course, entertainment by Burning Sky, the ultimate Bad Company tribute band. It'll be a great day in Wildwood. Blow off work Friday. Join me at Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood starting at noon. Mulligan's at 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood. Details at 1210WPHT.com.
At some point today, everybody will use a bathroom. But if you're a contractor, there's an excellent reason why right now you could use a lot of bathrooms. It's the Great Bathroom Break at Colonial Marble and Granite, where every vanity you buy comes with a free stone countertop and free sink. Classic, traditional, contemporary, in stock for pickup or ready to ship. Choose a color and style, get a surface and sink, and you're good to go. So get going. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details on their vanity special.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James B. Cipriati, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them. With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise. No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures. It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
It's one thing falling in love with a house, picturing yourself moving in and calling it home, and quite another navigating the world of price negotiating, mortgage lenders, and finding the budget that works best for you. An agent who's a Realtor can make understanding that world easier. Realtors have the expertise, access to proprietary data, and tools to help you get from imagining living somewhere to actually doing it. That's the kind of help we can provide, because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Will Joe Biden be replaced if he doesn't perform well in the debate? Tony Bruno thinks that if he doesn't perform well, he will be replaced. What does Rachel Maddow say, Tony?
She says that she'll be rounded up if he loses the debate. And then everybody on The View, they will have FBI agents walk in without any warrants and just completely grab everybody and throw them in the back of a meat wagon and then take them to some undisclosed location where they'll never be seen or heard from again.
Cut 5, he'll go.
Rachel Maddow. And Alyssa has a question. So, Rachel, I want to ask you a provocative question because I respect your take on these things so much. You and I share the belief that Donald Trump's a threat to democracy, our institutions. I don't know that the stakes have been this high in modern history in a presidential election.
By the way, she's the Republican on this.
I know. I know. Yeah.
I just wanted to point that out for those people who didn't know.
You should say Republican in quotations.
Yeah, right.
Sorry. We continue.
Yet, I'm skeptical of polls. We all are. Trump continues to outperform Biden in key battleground states. Is there a world in which Democrats should have a backup plan for Joe Biden?
A backup plan?
If he needed to be replaced on the ticket. If we're 3 months out and Trump's still beating him in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina.
I mean, I think the backup plan is run a better campaign, right? There's no reason that Joe Biden's record as a president is a very, very strong record. I mean, we are the economic envy of the world. Doesn't mean our economy is perfect, but literally we are the envy of the world. We've got a better situation than anybody. We've got unemployment rates that we haven't seen in generations. We've got economic growth that any major country in the world would kill for.
Yeah, but that's not the information that they're getting on Fox.
But it's true. And so Biden hasn't been disqualified from running for the presidency by anything having to do with any of his performance. It's just that it's going to be a tough fight. Yeah. And so I think the backup plan is fight harder. Yeah. The backup plan is make sure you win the Senate. The backup plan is people should volunteer earlier and do more and give more money and do all of those things. And there's no reason, I think, to have it be, there be this fantasy that Biden's not the president and that Biden isn't the nominee. He is and he's going to be. And I think that's a fixed variable.
There you go.
I had no idea what they just said.
Yeah.
Neither do they. I get the other dunces on The View. I mean, they're just props.
Yeah.
Rachel Maddow's smarter than that. But she's also responsible for some of the biggest lies and the tax things and the Russia.
Yep.
The fact that she is still the icon
It's amazing.
of women in journalism when she's not a journalist.
Yeah.
She is a hack, and that's what she does.
She's gotten every major story wrong.
Yeah. We have more, but we will continue because we're going to do this party again tomorrow, Tony.
Yes.
Woo! Miss Robin.
And I apologize for once again the
Uh-oh.
9 o'clock hour comes around, and then we go off the rails.
It's the best
Sort of like
time.
Joe Biden. I mean, it's like Joe Biden. You get 3 hours, Joe Biden, maybe.
It's
the fourth hour, no chance.
It's the
but
best
we're still
time.
alert, awake, though. That's the difference.
Yeah, it's the best time to go off the rails. We'll get to what's coming up on the Dawn Show in just 1 second. But first, Phil Omquist on Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, June 19th, we celebrate the birthdays of Brian Welch from Korn, who turns 54, Simon Wright from AC/DC, and Dio, who turned 61, and Ann Wilson from Heart, who turned 74. We also lost Dwayne Rowland from Molly Hatchet on this day in 2006. Singles include Van Morrison's Brown Eyed Girl from 67, Rock Me Tonight by Billy Squier in 84, and Megadeth's Trust in 1997.
Yeah.
Albums include A Light in the Dark by Metal Church in Germany in 2006.
Metal Church.
In 1970, Diana Ross released her solo debut, and in 81, Oingo Boingo released their debut. Also in 68, Jumping Jack Flash was atop the British chart.
Yeah, baby.
In 71, Carole King was atop the U.S. chart. In 73, Edgar Winter's Frankenstein was awarded a gold record. But lastly, on this day in 2004, an audience member threw a lollipop on stage while David Bowie was performing in Norway. The lollipop wedges itself in Bowie's left eye. The concert is then halted to remove the lollipop.
Wow.
And luckily, the horse escaped serious injury.
Wow.
Now, that's a story you'll only hear on WPHT.
Thank you, Phil.
For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Upquist.
He really brings it. I mean, what a
Yes, he
story.
does.
I did not know that story.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not ripping and reading that
He's
either.
not.
That's research and
No.
development.
The man does his research every day. 9:50, you will hear that. Dawn Stensland coming up in 9 minutes. What you got for us, my love?
Yeah, so we'll get into all of what's happening in Philadelphia, the pushback against Mayor Sherrell Parker, as they're saying, wait a minute, you want us all to come back to work full time? By when? So we'll get into that. Joe Biden, we've got all of his nonsense with the new immigration policy. What does it mean for Philadelphia? Commonwealth Foundation President and CEO Charles Mitchell will be on at 10:15 talking about Josh Shapiro and Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, all things local. So we're locked and loaded coming up on the Dawn Show.
Woohoo! Tony Bruno.
A lot going on.
No bump stocks, though, on the show today.
Miss Robin.
Only in the news.
You guys killed it as usual.
As you
Well,
you
thank
guys
you.
should have your own reality show.
Really, honestly.
We do. It's called Building Our House. It should be on HGTV.
I know.
Are you guys going to be ready to go tomorrow at 6 a.m. with us again?
Absolutely. Are you kidding me?
The most
Tony's-
the most fun 4 hours in radio. What?
Tony's going to be up at like 3:30 again, just raring to go.
I love it. I love it. We'll do this fun and frivolity tomorrow morning. The Dawn Show is coming up in just a couple minutes. Stay there. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Miss Robin. We'll
Love
be
you
back
guys.
Thank you,
tomorrow
guys.
at 6 o'clock. Stay tuned for Dawn in 6 minutes.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If you have a fear of the dentist, you're not alone. My friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, is known for helping you overcome your fear and anxiety. Patients have come to Dr. Bentz from all over Pennsylvania, South Jersey, some even farther from New York, Florida, even Washington State. One of our listeners have been putting off much-needed dental work, get this, for 8 years due to fear and anxiety. After hearing me talk about how great Dr. Bentz was with fearful patients, she reached out, made an appointment, traveling from Ocean City, New Jersey to East Norriton just for Dr. Bentz. She still comes